Chapter 1, Concealed Carry Guide. Section 1. There are two kinds of people. Which are you? Like it or not, you are your family's first responder. There are really two kinds of people in this world. The first is the person who is always looking for someone else to take care of him or her. You know what I'm talking about. Nowadays, it's all we hear on the news. These people want the government to provide for them, and they want the police to protect them. Some call these people sheep. Then there's the other kind of person, the person who truly believes in personal responsibility. I can remember a saying my dad told me over and over as I grew up. He'd say, "Tim, you must always remember, if it's to be, it's up to me." As a kid in my early teenage years, I can remember thinking to myself, "Yeah, Dad, I got it. You've told me this 1,000 times. But you know what? That phrase, along with a whole bunch of other brilliant wisdom from my dad, had a huge impact on me. Yep, my dad did an amazing job instilling in me that there is only one person responsible for my happiness, my safety, and my security. Me. Now, if you're reading this, I bet you can relate to this concept of personal responsibility. Heck, you and I probably have a lot more than just that in common. So you'll probably also understand how this wisdom revealed a huge frustration in my life. Would this frustrate you? You know, every person has certain defining moments in his or her life, times when normal, everyday events end up having a lifelong impact. I'll never forget those first few days after my first son was born. My mind was flooded with all kinds of new thoughts and feelings. There were feelings of joy, amazement, and wonder, feelings of gratitude and responsibility, and feelings of fear and frustration. I was completely overwhelmed by the idea that I was now responsible in every way for this new little life. Not only did I need to provide for my new son, it was also my duty to protect him and my wife from the evil that exists and will always exist in our world. It hit me like a ton of bricks. You know, I think everyone has his or her own self-defense revelation experience. For some, it's a friend who was attacked or mugged. For others, it's witnessing a robbery. And for others, it's surviving a horrific experience that opened their eyes to the need to be able to defend themselves. You see, I got off easy. For some reason, my internal personal defense switch was tripped by the simple circumstance of becoming a new father. I can only hope you'll be as lucky as I was. I found myself becoming very protective and thinking a lot about what I would do in different situations. I started learning about self-defense. I started scouring the library, subscribing to magazines, and buying books about guns. I didn't grow up in a hunting family, but my dad did like guns. I'll never forget the first time he let me shoot his 5-inch barreled Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum revolver. And there were always guns in our house for protection, so my desire to learn how guns could help me protect my own family felt pretty natural to me. And that's when it happened. I read an article that changed my whole outlook. The article was The Constitutional Right and Social Obligation to Carry a Gun by a guy named Robert Boatman. Mr. Boatman has since passed away, but I did have a chance to meet him and tell him how much of an impact he had on me and my family. This article opened my eyes to the idea of carrying a gun with me wherever I went. It made perfect sense to me, and I was astonished how Mr. Boatman presented carrying a firearm as a social obligation. I was hooked. I needed to learn exactly how to do this and as quickly as possible. And what about you? Are you the type of person who accepts responsibility for your own safety and the protection of those you love? Tim Schmidt, President and Founder, USCCA. Section 2. Why carry a concealed weapon? In a world that seems to get more dangerous every day, a little forethought can go a long way in defending your loved ones. Many honest citizens know that when seconds count, the police are minutes away, at best. These people take responsibility for their own safety and choose to carry concealed weapons for the protection of their own lives and those of their loved ones. They are not vigilantes, they are not cowboys or wannabe cops, and they are certainly not wannabe killers. They are people like you and me who realize that life and family are worth protecting in a dangerous world. And they want to have a fighting chance should crime come unbidden to them. By doing so, they protect not only their own lives, but the lives of those around them. They do this by being a deterrent to those who would do harm to them. Before 1987, when Florida laws set the standard for allowing shall-issue carry permits, criminals knew it was very unlikely that their would-be victims were armed. No more. With the majority of states now being shall issue, and with more citizens carrying guns for protection on more American streets, criminals cannot know who is armed and who is not. This deters criminals and contributes to a decreasing trend in violent crimes nationwide. While the missions of the police officer and the armed citizen are different, guns in the hands of trained citizens can be just as effective against sudden attack as guns in the hands of trained police. The difference is that the responsibly armed citizen has the gun he or she carries immediately at hand when danger strikes and need not wait minutes or even hours for help to arrive. Most honest cops will tell you, most of the time, when they are called for help, they arrive after the danger has passed. Violent crime has gone down in the United States for the last several decades, while the number of guns in civilian hands has gone up. But there is still more than enough violent crime to give the prudent citizen cause for alarm. Violent crime is still a real threat that can strike anyone, anytime, anywhere. The latest statistics from the FBI, 2015, show there were 1,197,704 violent crimes reported nationwide, and an overall increase of 5.3% in that number for the first 6 months of 2016. These numbers are hard for some of us to understand, but that is because we are rational, law-abiding members of society. We are the sheepdogs that have to help protect our loved ones, our friends, and even complete strangers from the wolves out there. Facing the prospect of criminal attack, many citizens choose to arm themselves with handguns for the same reason police do, to protect themselves and others from deadly danger. Handguns are more convenient for full-time carry than rifles or shotguns, and, especially considering modern ammunition, those handguns can be effective for defensive purposes. There are other options for personal protection, such as martial arts, knives, or less than lethal devices like OC pepper spray and noisemakers. Such devices are sometimes less effective at quickly and decisively stopping an aggressor, and they have the added disadvantage of needing to be used at close contact range if they are to be effective at all. By contrast, a gun delivers a powerful deterrent blow from a safer distance than a knife or pepper spray can. In the face of a potentially lethal attack, the number one goal is the protection and survival of the innocent. That's you, someone you love, or another innocent person. Section 3. Choose your weapon. Few decisions are as personal as selecting your sidearm. Whether you go revolver or semi-auto, remember to focus on what's best for you. As an American, you have a huge advantage when you want to carry a concealed pistol. Every law-abiding citizen and legal resident has the right to keep and bear arms, and there are more firearms available to the average U.S. citizen than anywhere else on the planet. Defensive carry handguns will typically be of two types, revolver or semi-auto pistol. While available calibers range from .22 to .50 Action Express, the usual caliber range for serious self-defense starts at .380 ACP and goes up to .45 ACP. Until police departments moved to the semi-auto pistol to arm their officers in the 1980s, the 6-shot revolver, usually in .38 Special, or its more powerful big brother, the .357 Magnum, was the standard sidearm for America's thin blue line. The modern double-action revolver is inherently safe. It is simple to operate, easy to learn how to use, but difficult to shoot well, capable of excellent accuracy, and when loaded with today's ammunition designed specifically for self-defense, it gives good service to the responsibly armed citizen. The chief drawback of the revolver is its capacity of 5 or 6 rounds, which some find to be too few. The other choice is a semi-automatic pistol, most commonly in calibers .380 ACP, 9mm, .40 Smith & Wesson, or .45 ACP. The advantages of the semi-auto are larger ammunition capacity, faster reloads, and greater ease of concealment. Since a semi-auto does not have a bulky cylinder, it is flatter and a little easier to conceal than a revolver. The downside is it having more moving parts and thus more things to go wrong, which makes for a greater tendency to malfunction than a revolver. But with modern production techniques, proper training, and proper maintenance on the part of the owner, semi-auto pistols are capable of great reliability and are widely chosen for concealed carry. Try out several revolvers and pistols in the different recommended calibers. While shopping for your carry gun, you should know that what you enjoy holding in the shop might not feel quite so good in your hand when you shoot it. For this reason, if possible, get to a shop that allows you to rent firearms and try them out on the range before you buy. Your choice for a self-defense sidearm should be one you can shoot comfortably and accurately and that you will carry every time you walk out your door. Given careful shopping and the wide range of handguns developed and tailored specifically for the U.S. concealed carry market, there is no reason your choice of a daily carry gun cannot be powerful, and concealable. After you choose one, practice with it until you can quickly and consistently hit the center of a man-sized target at ranges from 3 feet to 25 yards. Section 4. Choose your ammunition. From hyper-modern frangibles to traditional jacketed hollow points, there's never been a wider selection of defensive ammunition. Self-defense ammunition is the next important component of a self-defense system. It must be accurate, reliable, and capable of delivering a hard hit. Any effective defense round must hit its target, preferably stay inside its target, and deliver enough power on impact to stop that target from continuing aggressive action against the intended victim. Your best bet for defensive ammunition includes a hollow point bullet, which is designed to expand on impact. You might also choose ammunition with a frangible bullet, which is designed to come apart on impact. Both of these ammunition types dump the bulk of their energy into their target and deliver that energy with maximum force where it is needed most. Both of them put the brakes on when they hit the target, so they are less likely to go through the bad guy and hit an innocent bystander. All these factors combine to make hollow point and frangible rounds good choices for civilian self-defense. Modern hollow point and frangible rounds hit the target accurately and provide a good chance of stopping an aggressor. If you're not sure which ammunition or bullet shape to choose, check what your local law enforcement agencies are using. Police officers carry guns for a living, and their departments have a strong interest in ammunition that will help their officers stay safe. Whatever ammunition they adopt is likely a decent bet for you. Section 5. Ammo Glossary. Ball. The military nomenclature for full metal jacket ammunition, as in ball ammo. BJHP. Bonded jacket hollow point. A style of self-defense projectile in which the jacket of the bullet has been specially bonded to the lead core, making for more reliable expansion and energy transfer. EB. Enclosed base. This means there is no bare lead on the base of the bullet. It is jacketed in order to minimize lead exposure. FMJ, full metal jacket. These are bullets that have no exposed lead on the nose or sides and do not deform as dramatically as hollow point or bare lead bullets. These are the standard training load for semi-automatics and are not preferred for self-defense. FPE, foot-pounds energy. This is the measurement of the energy the bullet delivers to a target upon impact when fired from a test barrel at the factory. Your mileage may vary. FPS, feet per second. This will be the velocity at which the projectiles left a test barrel at the factory when samples from each lot of ammunition were tested. As above, your results might differ due to firearm barrel length. Frangible. These are target rounds that are specially designed to break apart on impact with a backstop. They are widely used at indoor ranges to reduce the risk of ricochets. Grain. An archaic unit of measurement that is still used when referring to weights of projectiles. 437.5 grains equals 1 ounce. Hardened lead. An alloy of lead and antimony. This alloy is used for bare lead projectiles, providing better expansion control and less fouling in barrels than unalloyed lead. HP. Hollow point. This is a bullet that has a cavity carved out of its nose, and the intent is to make the projectile open up upon impact with the target in order to expand all of its energy in that target without passing through. JHP. This is a hollow point bullet that is also jacketed. This is done to reduce fouling in the action and barrel of the firearm and to provide more consistent bullet expansion. Low flash. These are cartridges that have been specifically loaded to reduce the visible muzzle flash when the gun is discharged. Low recoil or managed recoil. These are cartridges that have been specifically loaded with a lower powder charge to reduce the felt recoil when the gun is discharged. LR. Long rifle, as in .22 LR. This is the most common type of .22 ammunition. Before it became the industry standard, there was also the .22 long and .22 short, both of which are still available but not nearly as common. LRN. Lead round nose. These bare lead, unjacketed bullets are most common in revolvers and are mostly used for target shooting. Plus P and plus P plus. These are designators identifying ammunition as carrying a heavier than normal powder charge. Certain firearms are designed to fire plus P and plus P plus ammunition, but not all are. Always consult your owner's manual before using any ammunition not specifically designed for use in your particular sidearm. SJHP, semi-jacketed hollow point. SJSP, semi-jacketed soft point. These are projectiles that look like a SJHP but without the hollow points, and are commonly used for big game hunting and self-defense when increased penetration is desired. SPL, special, as in 38 special or 44 special. Pay close attention, as cartridges marked special are very different from other rounds with the same numeric designation but a different suffix, such as 38 S&W or 44 Magnum. SWC, semi-wad cutter. This is a type of flat-nose bullet used mostly in target shooting but also for self-defense with hardened lead bullets. SWHP, semi-wad cutter hollow point. These are bare lead bullets with a hollow point. Picture an SJHP but all lead. These are more common in the bigger bullet, lower velocity cartridges, like the .45 Colt. TC, truncated cone. This is a kind of autoloader version of a wad cutter in that it has a flatter nose than a standard ball round. TMJ, total metal jacket. These projectiles are completely electroplated with copper, so there is absolutely no exposed lead. WC, wad cutter. This is a flat-nosed, usually unjacketed projectile common in revolver cartridges that is usually used for target shooting but is also popular for self-defense in snub-nose revolvers. WMR, Winchester Magnum Rimfire, also known as 22 Magnum or 22 Mag. It is a longer cased 22 rimfire round. It is often used for target shooting and small game hunting, though some self-defense oriented sidearms are chambered for this powerful little round. Note, there will be acronyms and terms that are used to describe proprietary technologies. GDHP, for example, refers to the gold dot hollow point bullets loaded in some cartridges sold by Speer. These aren't exactly universal cartridge nomenclature. They're marketing tools and will often have an explanation on the box. Section 6. Choose your gear. Outfitting yourself is easier and more affordable today than ever before. From budget to premium, your gear is waiting for you. After you choose a gun to carry, you need to carry it. Your carry gear and mode is just as personal a choice as your handgun and ammunition. You want your mode of carry to be convenient, comfortable, and very discreet. With proper design and construction of the holster carry system, even a full-sized handgun can be carried comfortably and discreetly all day. Carry modes vary from strong side, back pocket, front pocket, shoulder, small of the back, ankle, and off-body carry in a purse, briefcase, or a fanny pack to just about anything in between you can think of. For example, one person might carry the Ruger LC9 in his strong side front trouser pocket with an extra magazine of ammo in his weak side pocket. Yet another might prefer strong side hip carry for a full-size 1911 government model .45 under a jacket or shirt. Still another might prefer a weak side shoulder holster for a short-barreled 5-shot Smith & Wesson Chief Special in 38 Special. It is truly a matter of personal preference. Give thought on how you typically go through your day. Are you in your car a lot? If so, perhaps a shoulder holster might be for you. Are you usually in a coat and tie while at work? That might make it easier to discreetly carry a full-size semi-auto pistol most of the time. Perhaps a small-frame semi-auto and .380 ACP or 9mm in a strong-side front pocket holster will fit the bill. Give thought to your typical routine and how you dress. Try out different carry modes and to go with what works best for you. If you're like most responsibly armed citizens, after a while you will have a drawer or a box with holsters you tried and retired for something else. That's okay, because being a responsibly armed citizen is a journey as well as a destination. If we're lucky, we all learn and grow over time. It's the same with guns and gear. It's an art form, not a science. The important thing is to find what's right for you, to know when and how to use your gun to good effect, and to carry the gun whenever it is possible to do so. Section 7. Glossary of holster terms. Holster shopping can be as confusing as gun buying until you know the ins and outs of it. Here are a few of the most often used terms that will help you choose the holster that best fits your day-to-day carry needs. Appendix. This is more of a carry position than a style of holster. An appendix carry is an inside-the-waistband holster that holds your sidearm in the front left or right side of your abdomen. These holsters hang from your belt or otherwise clip onto your pants and allow for an extremely fast draw. Belt slide. This is a very basic type of holster that slides onto the outside of a belt. Yaki and pancake holsters are of this type. When worn for concealed carry, they require a covering garment, such as an untucked short or a sports jacket. Hybrid. These holsters are typically worn inside the waistband, but some outside the waistband varieties do exist. They are most often constructed from more than one type of material, usually polymer and leather. Inside the waistband, or IWB. Inside the waistband holsters allow a concealed carrier to carry a holstered sidearm inside his or her pants, allowing for more discreet concealment. Off-body. This refers to carrying a gun in a purse, briefcase, backpack, or other manner in which the gun is not directly mounted to the clothing of the carrier. It is very important that when carrying off-body, the carrier remembers to use a holster rather than just dropping a loaded gun into a bag or a pack. Outside the waistband, or OWB. An outside the waistband holster, such as a belt slide or Yaki model, mounts to a belt and carries the gun on the outside of the pants. Pancake. This is a type of OWB holster that uses the pressure created by the belt and the holster itself to hold your gun in place. This type of holster is typically inexpensive and can sometimes be used with more than one model of pistol or revolver. Pocket. A pocket holster is a sheath into which you place your handgun and then place into the pocket of a pair of pants or other garment. These are especially well suited to small and hammerless guns. It is extremely important that a carrier use a pocket holster rather than simply drop a loaded gun into his or her pocket unsecured. Positive retention. This refers to a holster that actively holds your gun and prevents it from being removed without intentional action other than simply pulling. These holsters are most common among uniformed law enforcement officers, though some private citizens prefer them from a security standpoint. Shoulder holsters. A shoulder holster is a harness that carries a handgun on one side of the body and possibly spare magazines on the other. It is a traditional style of holster, well represented in Hollywood, but most concealed carriers find that shoulder holsters do not fit their needs as well as other types. Yaki. The Yaki holster is a specific style of belt slide holster that basically covers the trigger of a sidearm and not much else. Section 8. Everyday carry. A reliable sidearm isn't the only piece of equipment you'll need to effectively defend yourself. When it comes time to stop a deadly threat, the sidearm is important, but only part of the necessary gear. Your everyday carry, or EDC gear, is the set of tools that you as a responsibly armed American carry every day wherever it is legal for you to do so. The core of your EDC will be a reliable sidearm and a quality holster in which to carry it, a powerful handheld flashlight, extra ammunition in a magazine or a speed loader, a cell phone, pepper spray, or other less lethal option, and a good knife. This might seem like a lot to carry around, but with the correct holster and clothing choices, you'll find that your EDC will melt into your daily life as easily as your wallet and keys. Armed self-defense isn't free, but it doesn't have to be prohibitively expensive either. As far as sidearms go, there are perfectly serviceable autos and revolvers available for around $300, and there really isn't a top end of the price range for sidearms. Quality tactical flashlights can be purchased in some stores and online for less than $30, and respectable knives and pepper sprays can be bought for approximately the same amount, sometimes even less. Don't worry about going all out right away. Your taste will likely change as you become more experienced, so you can expect to make some changes to your EDC as time passes. Section 9. What about the laws? Concealed carry legislation is young and constantly evolving. Until 1934, guns were unregulated in the United States. That was the year the National Firearms Act made it illegal to possess a machine gun unless a $200 excise tax was paid to the U.S. Treasury. Interestingly, Congress did not attempt to prohibit the possession, manufacture, or sale of machine guns, instead opting to discourage and thus limit their ownership through the federal government's taxing authority. The equivalent of $200 in 1934 is about $3,277 today. Why do it that way? Simply because at that time, few people, including lawyers, judges, and legal scholars, questioned that the Second Amendment meant what it said about the right of the people to keep and bear arms not being infringed. That changed when the Gun Control Act of 1968 passed in the wake of the John and Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. assassinations. To own a gun today, you must be a U.S. citizen or legal resident alien. Persons prohibited from owning firearms under GCA 68 include those convicted of felonies and certain misdemeanors, except where state law reinstates rights or removes disability, fugitives from justice, unlawful users of certain depressant, narcotic, or stimulant drugs, those adjudicated as mental defectives or incompetents, or those committed to any mental institution and currently suffering a dangerous mental illness. Non-U.S. citizens, unless permanently immigrating into the U.S. or in possession of a hunting license legally issued in the U.S. Illegal aliens, those who have renounced U.S. citizenship. Minors defined as under the age of 18, with the exception of those in Vermont eligible at the age of 16, applies to long guns and handguns. Persons convicted in any court of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence. Persons under indictment for a crime punishable by imprisonment for more than 1 year, ineligible to receive, transport, or ship any firearm or ammunition. As long as you are not in one of the prohibited categories, you are federally eligible to own firearms in the U.S. and to apply for a concealed carry permit in most states. State and local laws regarding gun ownership vary. Most closely follow the federal requirements, but some do not. Check the law in your state for the particular requirements and follow them scrupulously. For a complete listing of each state's attorney general and the specifics of gun ownership and CCW regulations, visit handgunlaw.us. With Illinois being the final state in the nation to approve and enact concealed carry legislation, all 50 states now allow some form of concealed carry. Several states allow constitutional carry, concealed carry without a state-issued permit. Some of these states still allow citizens to voluntarily apply for a concealed carry permit. Most of the states in our nation are officially shall-issue states. In shall-issue states, the requirements for getting a concealed carry permit are laid down by law. If you meet the requirements, the state shall issue you the permit. Your right to carry in these states cannot be thwarted by a lone bureaucrat. Unfortunately, several states practice may-issue permitting when it comes to concealed carry. May-issue states also have a list of requirements laid down by law. But when you meet these requirements, the state may issue your permit or it may not, if the pertinent authorities decide not to. Some states are shall issue in practice, but may issue by law. That being said, legal wrangling in certain districts continues to make it very difficult for law-abiding citizens to acquire the proper permits. Section 10. Getting your permit. If you live in a state that is shall issue, your task is simple. Find out the legal requirements for a concealed carry permit, meet them, apply for your permit, and enjoy your new concealed carry privileges. Shall issue states typically have eligibility requirements pertaining to age, residency, substance abuse history, criminal history. Felonies are an automatic disqualifier, as are domestic violence convictions. Firearms possession, training in the legal use of force, self-defense laws, and marksmanship instruction. Sometimes a requirement to demonstrate firearms proficiency. If you live in a may-issue state, getting a CCW is more difficult, and the outcome is far from certain. Most may-issue states have criteria similar to shall-issue states, but some do not. Find out the requirements of your locality. Try to meet them, and hope you get your permit. If you don't, if your jurisdiction has an appeal process, and if you can afford it, appeal the adverse decision as far as the system and your resources allow. Section 11. Carry here, carry there, carry everywhere? Knowing the law is as important as being able to hit your target. Concealed carry permits are not recognized everywhere. The federal government and all states have places where they do not allow any firearms, much less concealed ones, regardless of the permit you have. The off-limits places usually include, but are not limited to, courtrooms, jails, police stations, school zones, and the sterile area of airports. Every jurisdiction has its own rules. Unlike a driver's license, states are not required to honor concealed carry permits issued by other states, although some states do have reciprocity agreements with other states that have similar laws. Because of this, and because the off-limit areas differ from one place to another, you will need to be prudent when traveling outside your home territory. If you're interested in the subject of traveling with a firearm, check out Seeing the USA While Legally Armed from a past issue of Concealed Carry magazine, or Traveling with Firearms from the Pacifiers and Peacemakers column on the USCCA blog. An internet resource that includes thorough coverage of state laws governing concealed carry for all 50 states and the District of Columbia can be found at handgunlaw.us. Thanks to the dramatic increase in the number of concealed carry permits and rising public demand, many states have, as mentioned earlier, established reciprocity procedures that allow concealed carry permits issued by one state to be honored in some other states. The list of those states which honor permits from other states, and which permits they will honor, is constantly changing. Before you travel outside your own state, you should always check to see if your carry permit is valid where you are going. You should also brush up on the rules of carry in that jurisdiction. The USCCA maintains reciprocity information in a handy map found at uscca.com/travel. The reciprocity map is a powerful tool for you to use and is always available to reference prior to traveling across any state lines. Section 12, Social Life. Is the armed lifestyle for you? Who do you tell about your defensive handgun? While some people might be understanding and supportive, others might not share your enthusiasm for carrying a firearm for personal defense. They might be uncomfortable or even offended by your carrying in their presence. Others might be unable to keep from talking about it and drawing unwanted attention to the fact that you're carrying. It's usually a good idea to focus on the word concealed in the phrase concealed carry and choose to tell very few people that you routinely carry a pistol on your person almost every time you walk out your door. Your spouse or significant other will certainly know, and close friends might know, but you should keep the number of those in the know as small as possible. Most people don't need to know that you are carrying, and if a situation arises where its use is needed in their presence, they will find out soon enough. This gives rise to another important social consideration of carrying a gun. What should family and friends do should you need to use your gun when you are with them? Unless you and they are properly trained in advance of the event, their presence can needlessly complicate things at the best and lead to possibly tragic results at the worst. The short answer to this problem is the one with the gun is in command. You should intend to only draw your weapon in dire emergencies, when there is no other choice except to use the gun or see yourself or other innocents die or be seriously harmed. Your spouse, children, and close friends should know to do what you tell them in such situations and to get out of the way and undercover and stay there until you tell them otherwise. Another important topic is your social contacts after a defensive gun use and any subsequent confrontation with the criminal justice system. You've defended your life with a gun, and the police have you in custody. Your one phone call is to your spouse. Does he or she know what to do in that situation? A full discussion of this topic, though of vital importance, is outside the scope of this survey report, but it is of such importance that it should commend to your attention the serious, deep, and frequent study of the legal aftermath of a defensive shooting. For now, give serious and sober thought to what you will do in the immediate aftermath of a defensive shooting. For example, what should you say when you call the police? Do you need to call an attorney? Should you ask your attorney to come to the scene? Probably most important is, do you have an attorney lined up ahead of time that you can call as needed? The very worst of all possible times to look for a lawyer is when you are sitting in a jail cell after successfully defending your life with a gun. You need to think about it now, when you are calm, when your life and freedom are not in jeopardy, and when you can take your time and evaluate your options. You should study the products on the market designed to aid you in this very situation, including paying legal fees, and choose the one that best meets your needs and your budget. It's a harsh reality to face, but there will likely be legal expenses associated with even a righteous shooting. Are you prepared for that inevitability? Are you willing to risk everything, including your freedom and your family's financial future, simply for doing what's right? You shouldn't have to, and fortunately, you don't have to. The USCCA was created for this very reason, to help educate, train, and ensure responsible American gun owners. As a USCCA member, you'll have immediate legal and financial support to help guide you in the aftermath of a lethal force encounter. Our critical response team is available 24/7, 365, and will assist you in harnessing the full power of your benefits, including immediate bail bond funding, assistance in retaining an attorney, crisis support, post-incident psychological support referral, benefit management, and more to help you and your family recover from your self-defense incident. Find out more at getusccanow.com. getusccanow.com. Section 13, Tips for Travelers. Flying with your sidearm is legal, but it can present its own challenges. It is imperative that you know and understand all laws and regulations surrounding traveling with a gun. Okay, I know that a pistol must be in a secure case with a TSA-approved lock in order to fly with it in checked baggage. My question is this: is there a section stating that ammo can also be in that same secure case with the pistol? Can the ammunition be in a loaded magazine, or does it have to be in its original packaging? Would a gun vault or similar device be sufficient? Art, via email. Art. Perhaps not surprisingly, the feds are a little ambiguous on this one. According to the TSA website, that's tsa.gov, quote, Travelers must securely pack any ammunition in fiber, such as cardboard, wood or metal boxes, or other packaging specifically designed to carry small amounts of ammunition. Firearm magazines and ammunition clips must be securely boxed or included within a hard-sided case containing an unloaded firearm. Small arms ammunition, including ammunition not exceeding .75 caliber for a rifle or pistol, and shotgun shells of any gauge may be carried in the same hard-sided case as the firearm, as long as it follows the packing guidelines described above." Unquote. So even though I would consult the website personally and possibly make a phone call to a TSA agent or a 2A attorney, it certainly seems that you would be within your rights to transport loaded magazines in the same lockable hard-sided case as you transport the unloaded firearm, provided that they are packed in fiber, such as cardboard, wood or metal boxes, or other packaging specifically designed to carry small amounts of ammunition. That said, I will be packing my ammunition in original factory boxes simply to streamline my travel and minimize my chances of running afoul of a TSA agent who maybe hasn't done his or her homework. Stay safe. Ed Combs, Associate Editor, Concealed Carry Magazine. Section 14, Situational Awareness and Conflict Avoidance. Staying alert and focused is the top priority. There is a phrase that you will hear again and again from the USCCA. It's better to avoid a fight than to win one. What this means is that it's better for you to keep your head about you, pay attention to your surroundings, and be able to avoid trouble than it is for you to be able to shoot your way out of a life-threatening attack. With proper situational awareness and conflict avoidance skills, you can usually skate around situations less aware individuals might have to shoot their way out of. Pay attention. Just as the door only works if you lock it, your brain and eyes only work if you use them. Make sure that you're alert and watching your immediate area. Don't let clothing, eyewear, or personal electronics block your vision or distract you from being able to see and hear your surroundings. Watch who's watching you. Predators size up their prey before attacking. This is true for crocodiles and sharks, and it's true for violently predatory humans. Be aware of who is watching your movements. And if you notice that someone is watching, make eye contact so this person knows that you know he or she is watching you. When in doubt, get out. Conflict avoidance means just that, avoiding conflict. If you feel that you might be in physical danger, you need to do what you can to change that. If you feel like someone is following you, walk into the next open business or move to the opposite side of the street. Make sure whoever is following you knows that you see him or her, and if this person begins to approach, shine your flashlight in his or her face and tell the person to get away. Don't go anywhere with your gun. You wouldn't go without your gun. This is one of the most important realities of the armed lifestyle. Your sidearm isn't a substitution for good common sense. Your gun is not magical, and your permit to carry doesn't make you a superhero. Your capacity to avoid trouble and the level of awareness you are willing to maintain will be measures of your success as a concealed carrier, not how quickly you can execute the draw and how many bullets you put into the 10 ring. Section 15. What to say to the police if you are forced to defend yourself with a gun. In the event you are forced to defend yourself from a lethal threat with your firearm, the next few moments are extremely important. Some individuals claim that the best thing to do after you're forced to shoot in self-defense is to not say a word until your lawyer is present. This is a recipe for disaster. If you are forced to defend yourself, and you are forced to do so by even just drawing your gun, you need to dial 911 immediately and report exactly what happened to police. In the vast majority of cases, the first party to contact law enforcement is seen by the justice system as the victim, so make that call right away. After the police arrive, it is imperative that you no longer be holding your gun and that you physically cooperate with them in every way. You will likely be handcuffed, and you might even be placed in a police car until the law enforcement officers can physically secure the scene of the shooting and figure out what happened. Here's where what you say and how you say it becomes so consequential. As soon as you have the opportunity, you need to alert responding law enforcement that you were attacked with deadly force, that you were in fear for your life, and that you shot because it was your only course of action to prevent the loss of life. Point out evidence. Point out witnesses, and never forget that law enforcement officers are tired, overworked, and can miss things. Point out those cartridge cases on the ground because the EMT who's coming in to see if you're hurt might kick them away otherwise. Point out the witnesses who recorded the shooting on their cell phones, because they might not just walk up out of the crowd and volunteer to tell the police what they just saw. After you've given the law enforcement officers the bare bones of what happened, you were attacked with deadly force, in direct fear for your life, and responded accordingly. You need to tell them that you intend to cooperate fully, but will need to have a lawyer present to say any more than you already have. Remember, if cops are forced to shoot someone, they're spirited away from the news cameras and given time to cool down and collect their thoughts before telling their side of the story. You need to do the same. Section 16, Training Checklist. To respect your instructor's time is to respect your instructor, and whenever you head off to a class, it's important that you remember everything you'll need on hand in order to maximize the experience. Few feelings are as frustrating as arriving at your destination and realizing that something you needed to bring with you was sucked into your kitchen table, garage floor, home entryway, or other such shooting gear black hole. I was well into my 30s before I finally acquiesced to the reality of the human condition. I needed to use a checklist whenever I was attempting to leave my residence and accomplish anything beyond locking the door behind me. But hey, there's no shame in that. In fact, in-hospital deaths were reduced simply by having surgeons employ simple checklists before and during surgery. So there's no reason why you can't streamline your shooting and training through the addition of a training or range checklist. Depending on your circumstance, there will be other class-specific gear that you'll include, but this list covers the bare-bones quantity of equipment that should accompany you to any training seminar or even just to the range. Proof of registration for the class you are attending and required class materials as designated by the instructor. Eye and ear protection with backups. Brimmed hat and shooting gloves. Gunshot-specific emergency first aid supplies. Firearm with which you intend to practice and, if you have one, a backup. Ammunition for this gun and extra magazines. Multi-tool and cleaning rod for basic maintenance and barrel cleaning. Targets and staple gun, thumbtacks, or whatever you use to affix targets to a backstop. Notebook or shooting journal with extra pens or pencils. Extra batteries for lasers or weapon lights. Permanent marker for target identification. Seasonal items, sunscreen, insect repellent, warm clothing, rain gear, etc. Lunch, if applicable. Water. Section 17, Gut Check. Will you be able to pull the trigger? Simply owning and carrying a firearm is only half of the equation. The other half is mental, and it's a decision you need to make before walking out the door with the gun on your hip. Are you prepared to kill another human being in order to defend yourself or a loved one? Carrying a concealed weapon for self-defense is not for everyone. It is definitely not for the faint of heart, and using it is even less so. Deadly force should be your last resort, an action you take only when nothing else will work, only when you're faced with the imminent threat of death or grievous bodily harm. Deadly force is called deadly because by its very nature it is likely to kill the attacker. The point of deadly force is actually not to kill, although that might be the outcome of its use. It is meant to stop a criminal attack that might reasonably be seen as likely to cause death or great bodily harm if it is not defended against. If you defend yourself with a gun or any other deadly weapon, you might kill or maim someone. No normal person wants to take a human life, which is one of society's greatest taboos. But all normal people want to stay alive as long as possible. Sometimes using deadly force is the only way to save your own life or the life of someone you love. The time to think about your ability and willingness to take a life is before you take a gun up for self-defense, when you can consider it in the quiet of your home, with ample time to ponder it and ask questions of yourself and others. All those things will be time and effort well spent as you contemplate actions that will be life-changing for you and for the criminal, if he survives. Scenario 1. A wanted parole violator armed himself with a knife and tried unsuccessfully to rob a man in a car in the parking lot of a Royal Oak, Michigan convenience store. Scared off by someone shouting at him from a nearby vehicle, the knife-wielding bad guy turned on a young couple with a baby and demanded money. Hearing the commotion, a concealed carry license holder in the parking lot drew his weapon and confronted the would-be robber, ordering him to drop the knife. The robber reluctantly complied, and the armed citizen successfully held him at gunpoint for police. Investigators praised the armed citizen for his quick action. Scenario number 2. A Conway, South Carolina convenience store owner was leaving his closed store one night when he was accosted by a man brandishing a gun and demanding money. The owner pulled his own legally carried pistol and in the ensuing exchange of gunfire killed the 29-year-old robber who had a long criminal record. The robber's female getaway driver was arrested and charged with attempted murder and attempted armed robbery. Authorities ruled the shooting by the store owner just. Section 18. Are you willing to accept the consequences? If you are forced to defend yourself with lethal force, you can, unfortunately, expect things to get worse before they get better. Self-defense with a gun is a fight for survival. The stakes are literally life or death. Nothing less justifies using deadly force. But no one really wins a gunfight. The best you can do, the very best you can hope to achieve in a defensive gun situation, is to keep what you have: your life, your well-being, and the lives and well-beings of your loved ones. There will be consequences of your use of deadly force for self-defense, even if it is successful. One of those consequences is having to live the rest of your life knowing you've seriously injured or taken the life of someone. There can be serious criminal and civil consequences for even the most justified of self-defense shootings. These consequences can best be summarized by observing that there are three separate and distinct problems associated with defensive gun use. Number one, surviving the gunfight. Number two, surviving the criminal justice system. Number three, surviving the civil justice system. Surviving the gunfight might be the easiest of the problems, but it is by far the most important. If you don't survive, there's nothing else for you to worry about, at least not in this life. That makes surviving the gunfight problem number one. You do that by 1, being a responsible gun owner, 2, being a responsible gun owner, and 3, working diligently to achieve a level of skill with your gun so that you are in the best possible position to prevail if you ever struggle for your life with a firearm. Section 19. Surviving the criminal justice system. You will almost certainly deal with the police after a defensive gun use. They will, in all likelihood, respond to the location of the shooting and treat it as a crime scene. They will treat you as a criminal suspect until and unless they determine differently. You will likely be handcuffed. You might spend a night or more in jail, and you will most definitely need to explain and defend your actions to the criminal justice system, the police, prosecutors, and possibly a jury of your peers. How well you do that, and the resources you might or might not have at your disposal to help you through that process, will have a huge impact on the rest of your life. Even the most justifiable shootings can be cast in a bad light by sloppy police work, anti-gun prosecutors looking to make a name for themselves by hanging your scalp on their belt, or by you, if you cannot convincingly articulate why you resorted to deadly force at that place and time. If the police or prosecutor decides criminal charges against you are appropriate, you must defend those charges. Even a losing criminal defense is expensive, and even bad lawyers don't work cheap. The average criminal defense costs around $100,000, and it can be much more depending on the nature and complexity of the case. While a defense of criminal charges might not be necessary in your case, it might well be too. These things can never be predicted in advance, but they must be thoroughly considered before you decide to carry a gun concealed for self-defense and in advance of your pulling that trigger. Section 20. Surviving the civil justice system. Have you ever heard the common warning, if you shoot someone, you will get sued? Unfortunately, this statement is not far from the truth. Assuming you survive the gunfight and your encounter with the criminal justice system, the criminal or his surviving family might sue you for using a gun to defend yourself. If you are sued, you must defend the suit or lose by default. The standard of proof required to win a civil suit is not beyond a reasonable doubt, like it is in a criminal trial. No, it's by a preponderance of the evidence, which is a much lower standard. That means that even if you survive the criminal trial unscathed, you could still lose the lawsuit. That's right. Even after you have been successful in criminal court, you can still be found liable for damages in civil court. That's why the USCCA offers its members the self-defense shield benefit, insurance-backed protection that provides upfront funding to find and retain a qualified lawyer who can defend your good name and your livelihood. Keep in mind that the full legal aftermath of a defensive gun use, with its range of possibilities and how to prepare for them, is beyond the scope of this article. Still, it is something you must consider, and consider well, as you think through and decide whether or not carrying a concealed weapon is the right choice for you. Section 21. Are you a responsibly armed citizen? The responsibly armed citizen trains in the use of firearms. When you are a responsibly armed citizen, you maintain a high level of skill at arms. You study tactics and laws about use of force and self-defense. You learn to stay aware of your surroundings so you can avoid trouble or deal with it promptly and effectively if you need to. A responsibly armed citizen is not a law enforcement officer with a duty to deter crime or to seek out and apprehend criminals. That's not the goal. The goal is to defend innocent life, your own life, and the lives of those you love. As a responsibly armed citizen, you know that guns should never be brandished without need. You know you will draw your gun only when you genuinely need to, and that if you do need to use it, you will use it decisively and effectively and only as much as necessary. Carrying a concealed firearm for self-defense is a citizen's most basic right and most awesome responsibility. If after careful consideration and study of the matter you are not sure if it's right for you, you should not do it. Section 22, Basic Training. Any eligible adult can walk into a gun shop and buy a pistol or revolver, but the wise woman or man will then train with that firearm. Most states require some level of training before they will grant you a license to carry a concealed handgun. That training typically teaches safe gun handling, basic marksmanship, and local laws about self-defense. The class teaches students where guns may and may not be legally carried. Many, but not all states also require you to demonstrate that you can safely fire a gun. This state-required training should be regarded as the beginning, not the end, of learning what you need to know. Permit-related training will familiarize you with the basics of handgun operation and use. It will give you a nodding acquaintance with self-defense laws, but it will not make you a responsibly armed citizen. So then, to become a responsibly armed citizen, what's a good goal? Try this. With your carry gun, shoot accurately, keeping all rounds fired in the center of mass of a man-sized target out to at least 25 yards. Can you do it? Can you do it with your strong hand only? What about with your support hand only, in case your strong hand is injured? This might sound hard to believe, but you have to prepare for anything. You have to be ready to defend your loved ones when they need it. If your shooting hand is injured, you have to be ready to fire with your less dominant hand. To see articles and videos that will help you prepare for the situation, visit uscca.com/education. Another good goal is to learn the laws about self-defense well enough that you easily, almost reflexively, recognize situations where you are legally entitled to use deadly force. When you read the news, look for stories of violent crime. When could the victim have legally defended himself or herself with a firearm? When could he or she have not? What elements in the story would need to change to make deadly force appropriate and legal for the victim? You will also want to become well-trained in situational awareness. This will help you recognize potential threats before they happen. When you see a problem coming, you can take action to avoid a confrontation if at all possible. This necessary level of skill comes only from study and practice at the hands of people who have themselves studied and practiced for a long time. For the responsibly armed citizen, such training never ends. There's always more to learn. Laws about self-defense change at the whim of legislatures and judges, and you must stay abreast of those changes. Maintaining your physical skills and your knowledge of the law is the duty you take up when you decide to carry a gun for the defense of yourself and your loved ones. Finding a trainer is not difficult. A quick web search will yield many in your area. Finding a good one is a little harder, though. Check the gun store where you bought your firearm to see if they offer courses in self-defense and handgun tactics. Ask around at your gun club or shooting range. You can even ask local police for suggestions. Check gun magazines for ads and training reports for nationally recognized firearms instructors. The trainers featured in those ads and magazines have national reputations for a reason, and instruction from them is usually well worth the price. You get what you pay for is as true in the gun world as anywhere else. And getting good training in gun handling skills is more important than in almost any other endeavor. The USCCA works closely with some of the top trainers in the country and even has its own firearms instructor program. Check out uscca.com/training for more information. Section 23, what you must do now. If you don't do anything else recommended in this report, do these three things. 1. Get good professional instruction in firearms tactics and practice regularly with your carry gun. 2. Study the rules of self-defense and use of lethal force in your area. 3. Make adequate arrangements ahead of time for the criminal and civil aftermath of a defensive shooting, including identifying and retaining an attorney who will advise you and defend you in court if needed, and securing one or more of the products on the market for meeting and paying for those legal needs. As you start your journey to becoming and staying a responsibly armed citizen, range buddies and friends from shooting clubs and gun rights organizations can be good sources of information and support. They can point you to good training sources in your area, and they can keep you from reinventing the wheel in many ways. You still must do your own due diligence to make sure their advice will work for you. There are numerous internet sites catering to the needs, serious and social, of concealed carry license holders and gun enthusiasts in general. The USCCA has a wealth of pertinent information available with membership, and much advice is also free for the taking from our website at uscca.com. Chapter 2. 6 Things You Didn't Know Would Happen When the Police Arrive. If you've decided to carry a firearm for self-defense, you've undoubtedly thought about the reality of having to use it. You've thought about how you need to train. You've thought about what kind of ammunition best fits your defensive needs, and you've thought about which holster best fit your gun, body type, and preferred carry method. There's more to armed self-defense, though. Once the threat to your life is ended, the most difficult part of the process can be just beginning. There's a lot that happens in the aftermath of a self-defense shooting that most people don't realize are not just possibilities, they're hard realities. Number 1, you will be detained and possibly arrested. If you are forced to defend yourself with a firearm, the police will have to get involved. You need to dial 911 immediately. Tell the dispatcher your location and that someone has been shot and that you need an ambulance. Describe to them what you look like and what you're wearing. But apart from that, simply repeat that you were in fear for your life and that someone has been shot. Officers will arrive at the scene of the shooting, and before they do anything else, they will need to immediately ascertain who presents a deadly threat to innocent life. They will evaluate everyone at the scene, principally you, as you're the one whose description they got over the radio. If you haven't already done so, they will order you to drop your firearm, and you will likely be placed in handcuffs. Though you will not necessarily be under arrest, you will be taken into police custody until they can sort out exactly what happened. Until they do this, they can't proceed with anything else. It is mandatory that you comply with all of their physical demands. Before they arrive, you need to reholster your firearm or place it on the ground. It can be extremely dangerous to be the one holding a gun when the police arrive at the scene of a shooting, so be sure you aren't. Remind yourself that you are not being handcuffed because you did anything wrong. You are being handcuffed because the officers need to be sure that no one at the scene is going to start shooting again. It is extremely important that you do not resist them or try to fight back. Remember, you haven't done anything wrong. You were in fear for your life or the lives of others and were forced to employ deadly force in the defense of said innocent life. Number 2, your gun will be seized and held as evidence. The officers will be responding to either a shots fired call or a shooting that occurred during a homicide. Do not let the word homicide panic you. Homicide just means that one person was responsible for the death of another person. Nothing more and nothing less. In all likelihood, the police will be taking your gun as evidence in the investigation of this shooting or homicide. Again, do not let the word evidence rattle you. As long as you acted in self-defense and were in fear for the loss of innocent life, you will be able to work with an attorney to vindicate your actions. Your gun, however, will be in police custody for longer than you will. Nazir al-Mujahid, the first concealed carry permit holder in the state of Wisconsin to use his sidearm in a defensive situation, had to wait almost 2 years to recover his pistol from the evidence locker, even though no charges were ever filed against him. The state law enforcement agency handling the shooting will understand that if they ever relinquish custody of that gun, the chances of ever getting it back will be very low. So they will hang on to it as long as they can on the off chance they will ever want to assess it again. Number 3, you will be interrogated both at the scene of the shooting and at the police station. Responding law enforcement officers will ask you a lot of questions. They will demand to know what happened that led to you shooting another person. They will demand to know if you are alone, and they will demand to know what led up to you discharging your firearm. Though it can be extremely tempting to tell them everything that comes to mind, you have to be very careful. Those officers will be interacting with you the same way they interact with everyone else they put in handcuffs, as a suspect. They will be trying to get you to say as much as possible before you invoke your right to remain silent without an attorney present. Never forget that the Fifth Amendment was not included in our Constitution to defend guilty people. The Fifth Amendment was included to protect innocent people. Those responding officers will be trying to get you to cut loose with what in the legal world are called excited utterances. Exclamations made by an individual before they have been apprised of their right to remain silent. These statements are admissible in court. As you will likely be extremely excited and upset in the wake of a shooting, it is imperative that you limit your statements of any kind until you have had time to calm yourself and consult with an attorney. Look at it this way. When a law enforcement officer is forced to shoot someone in the line of duty, they are immediately removed from the scene, assessed by EMS, and kept from outside contact until they have had an opportunity to relax, collect themselves, and avoid saying anything or doing anything that could further complicate an already complex situation. You should demand the same treatment. If you feel lightheaded or otherwise overexcited, and you will, tell them that you do not feel well and need medical attention. This will require them to contact EMS for you, and questioning will cease. Use this window of time to calm yourself, to make sure you are physically unharmed, and to ensure that you don't make any unfortunate errors that could later cost you. Number 4, if you don't already have one, you will need to hire an attorney. Fast. We've all heard that when questioned, every American has the right to an attorney. How to get a hold of one, however, can be confusing and difficult without a little forethought. What that specifically means, you have the right to have an attorney present during questioning, is that after you are placed under arrest, officers are not allowed to ask you any more questions unless you consent to answering them. However, they will ask you as many questions as they can before they actually place you under arrest. This is what they are trained to do, as they understand that after you have been arrested and Mirandized, apprised of your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, any information they get from you without a lawyer present will likely be ruled inadmissible in court. If you are forced to defend yourself, you will need to answer questions about the particulars of what happened. This will be necessary to prove that you were in the right, i.e., not acting outside of the law. To do so, though, will often involve you being either taken into custody or outright arrested. The officers on the scene of the shooting need to know what happened, and if all you say is, "I'm not talking without a lawyer," they are going to have to arrest you in order to get you into a position in which you will answer their questions. After you are arrested, you will be searched for weapons and brought to an interview room at the local law enforcement center. This is the point at which they will allow you to contact an attorney. To do so, you will have one of 3 options. You can open a phone book and blindly choose a name. You can contact your personal lawyer, or you can call the USCCA Member Services Hotline to get the ball rolling on your defense. Number 5, you may have to post bail or pay bond. Depending on the particulars of your situation, you may actually be arrested and taken to a city or county jail. If this is the case, and you are not accustomed to being treated like a criminal, you are going to be in for a very unpleasant experience. Once arrested, you will likely be given the option to post bail, which is either a quantity of cash or other security that the law enforcement agency will hold as insurance that you will return for a court hearing, or to sign a document representing your promise to do so. This will be dependent on your specific situation, but posting bail can be very difficult for the average individual. Self-defense shootings seem to happen after bankers' hours, and few people keep anywhere from thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash on hand in their residences. Your options are to call a bail bonds company, if they are legal in your area, call a family member who can try to arrange the collection of the necessary funds, or contact the USCCA, who will handle the situation from there. Number 6, the DA will gather police reports to make a charging decision. After all of the officers have asked all of their questions, they will compile their notes into their official reports and decide if they think there is evidence of a crime. If they believe you have committed a crime, these police reports will be sent to the district attorney along with a DA referral form, which means that the officers believe there is enough evidence that a crime was committed for you to be taken to court and charged with something. This is not a rapid process. It may take anywhere from days to a week or more for all officers involved in an incident to complete their reports. This is not out of laziness or carelessness. This is because, depending on where the incident occurred, your incident may be only one of a dozen or more calls these officers had to handle that day. In order for their reports to be as accurate as possible, they'll have to take their field notes and, as soon as possible, read through them and put them into a narrative form, one that will help someone who was not at the scene understand exactly what happened in the clearest possible language. Once they're done with the immediate situation involving you, they have to get back onto the streets and get back to their job as a cop, deputy, or trooper. Their field notes may sit in their squad car until they can write their report, and once their report is complete, it may sit in a basket in the station or in the district attorney's office for anywhere from hours to days. Remember, this is before anyone has even started to decide whether you will actually be charged with a crime. The key is to make sure that you are at home during this process, not sitting in a jail cell. Protecting yourself for what comes after. Here's something you must accept right now. In the aftermath of a self-defense shooting, even a justified one, you will encounter all 6 of these harsh realities. As unfair as it may seem, keep in mind that such realities are standard procedure following any shooting. It is imperative that you spend time now thinking about and preparing for what comes after a deadly force encounter. After all, the difference between going to jail and going home to your family will likely be determined by your ability to navigate through the rough terrain that inevitably follows a self-defense incident. And the truth is, proving your innocence without a plan will be costly, both mentally and financially. The good news is that you won't have to bear the weight alone. The USCCA exists to guide and support responsibly armed Americans just like you through the scary and overwhelming aftermath of a self-defense incident so you can get back home to your family where you belong. From 24/7 emergency assistance via the Self-Defense Shield Critical Response Team to an immediate attorney retainer to post-incident psychological support, the USCCA will get the ball rolling in your favor and will stick with you every step of the way. If you'd like to learn more, visit protectyourselfafter.com. Chapter 3. 7 firearm drills that will save your life. Number 1. Running the gun. The Type 1 malfunction. Pull pistol close to your chest and, keeping your eyes on the bad guy, slap the base of the magazine hard. Roll the pistol to the side to allow gravity to help the bad round exit the ejection port, and grab the slide with all 4 fingers. Draw it quickly to the rear and let go. The slide should move forward under the power of the recoil spring. Yes, I totally understand that different instructors use different terms for what I am about to describe. I was trained to call this the Type 1 malfunction. I've also heard it called a Phase 1 malfunction. We are talking about a simple failure to fire. You have this type of malfunction when you press the trigger and you get a click instead of a bang. On the range, that is an annoyance. In a gunfight, that can lead to your becoming ventilated, an outcome you are likely not hoping for. There can be any number of reasons for the Type 1 malfunction. Bad ammo, dirty gun, you name it. But don't name it now. In a gunfight, we don't care why the pistol malfunctioned. We only want to get that malfunction fixed as quickly as possible. Here is how. Slap, roll, rack. So despite your best efforts, you have ended up in a gunfight, meaning it is already a bad day. Now you come up on target and you press the trigger and get a click instead of a bang. Your day just got worse, and you need to make it better quickly or you die. When the gun goes click instead of bang, first, move to cover. Then take the following steps. Slap. Firmly strike the base plate of your magazine to ensure the magazine is seated. Roll. Tilt your firearm to the right so the ejection port is pointing to the ground. Rack. Firmly grasp the slide and pull it all the way to the rear and let go. This sequence will ensure your ammunition supply is in the right place and should remove the unfired round from your chamber and insert a new round into the launch tube. Following this sequence, you may emerge from cover and get back into the fight. The best way to train for this type of malfunction is to buy several dummy rounds and go to the range with a friend. Have your friend load your magazines and insert 1 or more dummy rounds. When you get to a dummy round, you will get a click instead of a bang and should immediately start your clearance drill. Do I need to remind you to keep the pistol pointed in a safe direction up in front of your face? Let's look at the steps a little more closely. First off, We should know that most problems with auto-loading firearms are magazine-related. If the magazine is not fully seated and securely in place, the slide will not strip around off the top of the magazine and insert it into the chamber. I suggest shoving the magazine in firmly during every reload, but who knows what happened between the time you last inserted the magazine into your concealed carry gun and the time you needed to draw that pistol in defense of your life. You could have bumped the magazine release. So start with the ammo supply. Slap the magazine firmly home. The roll portion of this sequence should not be required because your properly maintained pistol should eject the round when you yank back on the slide. But we are faced with a critical malfunction at an important time, so we are taking the extra step of ensuring that unfired round, if one is in there, falls free of the chamber. Complete the roll just to make sure. Racking the slide should be second nature, but remember, there is a right way and a wrong way to do it. Reach across the top of the slide with all 4 fingers behind the ejection port and retract the slide briskly. When I say briskly, I mean yank that sucker hard. Then let go and let the slide go forward, driven by the recoil spring as John Browning intended. I don't care whose pistol you use, John Browning invented the recoil spring. Now your pistol should be reloaded and ready to return to the fight. If it is not, you have bigger problems. We will address them in the next issue. Number 2. Now what? The Phase 2 malfunction sequence. In the last drill, we talked about the Phase 1 malfunction drill. That's when you get a click instead of a bang, and how to clear it. Slap, roll, rack. The Phase 2 malfunction is something a lot more pressing. You move directly to Phase 2 if your slap, roll, rack sequence from Phase 1 does not work. Well, that is not entirely true. The first step in correcting any pistol malfunction is to move to cover. If your pistol is not working, you had better not be working on that pistol out in the open. Hell, you had better not be fighting from out in the open. But if you are, at least have a gun that works. So you suffer a malfunction and complete the Phase 1 sequence, and upon returning to the fight, you find that your gun still is not functioning. Here is what you do. Move to cover. Strip out the magazine. Rack the slide at least twice. Insert a fresh, fully loaded magazine. Rack the slide again. Return to the fight. I wish there was a catchy acronym for that, but there is not. Take some time and memorize the sequence. After you move to cover, the Phase 2 malfunction sequence begins with stripping out the magazine because the magazine or ammo supply is usually the root of the problem. At the same time, when the magazine is out of the pistol, the slide will rack freely to help extract any fired brass or unfired round that might be left in the chamber. When you strip out that magazine, do so with authority. The reason for lashing out at the bad magazine is this. You might be suffering from a failure to extract and the resultant double feed. That is where the fired round is not pulled from the chamber of the pistol and the next round in the magazine is pushed into the back of the shell casing. This binds up the action. It also makes the magazine very difficult to extract. You need to hit the magazine release and yank down hard on the magazine base plate. If that doesn't work, you will need to pull the slide to the rear and use the slide lock lever to lock the slide open. As you rip out the magazine, you will likely notice a loose round bouncing around the chamber area and the magazine well. With the magazine out, the round can fall out through the well. Now that that is done, rack the slide several times to make double and triple sure any round left in the chamber is extracted. Now grab a new magazine, insert it briskly, and rack the slide to chamber a live round. You may now return to your previous life-saving activities. If after running the Phase 2 malfunction sequence, your pistol still does not fire, you have 2 choices. If you live in an area where it is legal, you can reach for your backup gun and press the fight. If you are without said backup gun, bail out, flee, cut and run. You are out of the fight and your pistol needs more work than an immediate action drill can provide you. Run this sequence until it is burned into your memory. This is a skill you will only need under the direst of circumstances. At that point, you want the movements to be automatic. Stay safe, train hard. Number 3, look, shoot with a twist. In response to reader input, we are making this drill of the month as simple as possible. It is something you can take to the copy machine and practice at your local range. You could even draw some shapes and numbers on your own targets and try it that way. The goal of the look, shoot drill is to teach you to quickly engage multiple targets. That can mean multiple target areas on the same aggressor, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, popularly known as the failure to stop or Mozambique drill. To do this correctly, you must focus on your first target, shoot it, move your eyes to the second target, then move your sights to the target you just focused your eyes on and shoot that. The reasoning behind this is simple. If you move your gun while your eyes are searching for your target, you will swing right past it. I don't care how good you are. If your eyes are moving, your hands will be moving. When your eyes stop, your hands will stop. So, start slow for form because, say it with me, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Here's the deal. Take this target and hang it up about 4 yards downrange. Then, have your shooting partner call out random combinations of letters and shapes like A, B, and circle A, and so on and so forth. Look at the first target, shoot it. Keeping your gun pointed at the first target, look at the second target. Now move your gun and shoot the target. You can, if you wish, draw your own targets. Better yet, use 2 target stands about 10 feet apart. This really forces you to look first because when you have to move the gun that much farther, if you don't look first, you will swing way past the target every time and miss. After you practice a few times, you can start to build your speed. Remember, it is called look, shoot, because you look first and then you shoot. After you have the mechanics down, break out the shot timer. Number 4, and 1 to the head. The first complaint about small caliber handguns is their lack of stopping power. I'm only going to step lightly into the raging debate over caliber choice by saying 2 things. Carrying any gun is better than carrying no gun, and most criminals do not wait around to see what caliber you are firing at them. I say most because there is always the possibility that you will run into that fabled determined attacker. If you meet such a predator, you want accurate defensive fire in order to stop the threat as quickly as possible. Come to think of it, you should want accurate defensive fire on all occasions. So this drill of the month becomes not so much a shooting lesson, but an anatomy lesson. You want to put your bullets into the places that will shut the bad guy down as quickly as possible. The traditional failure to stop drill has the shooter firing 2 rounds to the chest and 1 to the head. Sadly, Hollywood has programmed people to think that a bullet causes instant death, and a bullet to the head, anywhere in the head, is like a thunderbolt from Zeus. Nothing could be further from the truth. Do you remember the old riddle? What does a man do after being shot with a pistol? The same thing he was doing before he was shot with a pistol. When I was in the Navy, a friend of mine was shot in the head with a .45 ACP. He is fine. He was up and about in time to testify at the bad guy's trial. So the key elements to stopping a bad guy are bullet placement and penetration. If you don't believe me, ask the FBI. They have a penetration standard for a reason. We can add sequencing to that short list of important elements. Let me explain. If your first 2 shots don't really have the desired immediate effect, you might want to try something different. Hence the phrase, 2 to the chest and 1 to the head. 2 shots to the chest will often have the desired effect on a bad guy, but not always. And a human being can be shot right through the heart and still have enough fight left in him to get off a couple of rounds. If one of those rounds hits you, I don't care how good your shooting was, you lost the gunfight by virtue of getting hit. So if you are looking for the fastest stop possible, you might want to train up on the failure to stop drill, the aforementioned 2 to the chest and 1 to the head. Doing this correctly requires a couple important elements. The first is knowledge and understanding of human anatomy. The chest shots are not supremely effective unless the bullets hit the heart or the central nervous system. The same is true for headshots. There is a very small target area that will give you the desired effect. You are looking at a 6-inch circle in the upper chest and basically a 3x5 card across the eyes. These two targets are then connected with a 1.5-inch wide band that represents the spinal column. Put bullets into these areas and you will stop your attacker very quickly. There are a few good targets out there that isolate the important target areas, but none of them seem to combine everything I really wanted. So we designed our own. This target is about half scale. Use this target at 3 yards and you should have no trouble putting rounds where you want them at 10 yards later on. To run this drill, draw from the holster. Step off the X as you shout, "Stop!" and fire 2 rounds into the chest target area followed by 1 to the head target area. If you need help, review the previous drill of the month covering the look, shoot drill. Those skills apply here. This drill just adds the extra element of anatomy. Start slow for form. Focus on safety and mechanics before you attempt to pick up speed. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Make it happen. Number 5, putting it all together. Draw, shoot, reload, shoot again. You might have heard of the El Presidente drill, a sequence designed by Colonel Jeff Cooper as a result of some obscure criminal action in Latin America. That's as deep as my research is going on this one. In that drill, the shooter started with his or her back to 3 targets, turned 180 degrees, engaged the targets with 2 shots each, reloaded, and engaged the targets again. Here endeth the lesson. For our purposes, we will remove the 180-degree turn. Begin by facing the targets and, on the command, fight! Engage all 3 targets with 2 rounds each. Reload and engage all 3 targets again with 2 rounds each. Some people call this the Vice Presidente. Of course, we have rules. The first rule is to load your magazines with more than 6 rounds. This is in case you miss. Remember, only hits count. You revolver shooters, well, bring extra speed loaders or don't miss. Each target will be engaged with 2 rounds before moving to the next target. You can shoot a controlled pair or you can shoot a double tap. This is not to presume that a double tap offers a lack of control. The difference between a double tap and a controlled pair is the speed with which you fire the follow-up shot. With a controlled pair, you will allow the sights to settle after the first shot and obtain a clear sight picture before firing the second shot. On the double tap, you touch off the second shot as soon as you have rudimentary flash sight picture back on target. It is not quite as accurate, but it is much faster. Step 2 is to look at the next target. Remember how I explained in the look-shoot drill that you look first and then move your gun to where you are looking? Don't try to move your gun until your eyes have focused on the target. Doing so will typically cause you to swing the pistol past the target, wasting valuable time or causing a miss. After your eyes are on the target, move your gun and fire your 2 rounds. Now do that again. Look first, then shoot. This brings us to the end of the first string of fire and the reload. Whether you are shooting a revolver or an autoloader, the first step is to bring that pistol in close to your body at about neck level. This is your reloading workspace. If you try to reload with your arms extended, you will be slow and inept. If you drop your hands down to your waist, you will be forced to take your eyes off of your adversaries. In a fight, taking your eyes off the bad guys is a bad thing. So get your gun close in at about neck height so you can stay focused on the bad guys but still use your peripheral vision to kind of see what you are doing to the pistol. With enough training, you should be able to reload automatically. If you are using an auto-loading pistol, get a firm grip on your new magazine before you drop the spent magazine from the gun. I'm suggesting you do a speed reload here. Don't try to catch the old magazine and stow it for later use, a tactical reload. Just get your gun up and running to get back into the fight. Here is where some people will argue with me. If you are shooting a pistol and you loaded more than 6 rounds into the magazine and you scored hits with all of your first 6 shots, you will have a live round in the chamber during your reload. After you insert the new magazine, I suggest you rack the slide. Right now, more than half of the readers are saying, "But why? You're dumping a live round out on the ground." Yes, you are, but you are ensuring that you have a live round in the chamber of your firearm, and that is more important than the round you dumped out on the ground. Some of you will disagree with me. That is fine. We have all had different training. I suggest you rack the slide after every reload because you have just seated a fully loaded magazine, and racking the slide guarantees your pistol is ready to roll. If you want to debate, keep it civil. After you are reloaded, the look-shoot sequence begins again. Press out to full extension. Look at the target, then bring the gun to bear and shoot twice. Then do it 2 more times. Look, shoot, shoot. And now the stage is clear. There has been some question over the years as to what the El Presidente or the Vice Presidente is all about. Here's my take. It is not about making you think that you can take on 3 armed attackers and win the gunfight. If you try it in force-on-force scenario, you will take a bunch of hits before you get through the first string of fire. In the words of Forrest Gump, that is a bad thing. Instead of looking at this drill as training you to be Jason Bourne, look at this drill as a means to combine several elements of your pistol training into one event. Doing so requires you to focus on each element individually while putting it into action in the correct order. It is, in effect, training for your brain. You need to think in sequence about everything you are doing, and you need to do everything correctly and in the proper order to get your rounds on target. As always, start slow for form. Work the sequence, doing every element correctly before you try to pick up the speed. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. The speed will come. When you get to the point where you are picking up speed, work hard to maintain focus on the mechanics, and you will see great improvement. Number 6, training for the speed reload. I don't care who you are, when bullets start flying, you will want more going away from you than coming toward you. Yes, accuracy is important. Only hits count. You are responsible for every round that goes down range. But when it comes right down to it, if you need to shoot the bad guy, you might need to shoot him a lot. And if there is one bad guy, there is another waiting somewhere because, say it with me, dirtbags run in packs. So let's reload. Well, let's practice reloading. This is dry practice. No live ammo anywhere in the room. Here is what you will need: a pistol, 2 magazines, 1 magazine pouch, and at least 1 dummy round. The first thing you need to know about reloading is where and how to position your ammunition supply. You can, if you are unwise, carry your spare magazine in your back pocket, or your coat pocket, or your vest pocket. But that would be wrong. Unless you have a magazine pouch specifically designed for your pocket, there are a couple out there. Don't carry a spare magazine in your pocket. Your magazine pouch should be situated on your belt on your weak hand side with the tips of the bullets in the magazine facing your belt buckle. For me, that is a given. Don't argue. Where there is room for debate is the location of the magazine pouch on your weak side. Some people wear it just behind the seam of the trousers. Some people wear it just in front of the seam. The choice is yours. Find out what works, find out what is comfortable, and then conduct your training drills with those 2 elements in mind. I have noticed if I put my magazines too far forward, it tends to get uncomfortable, so I push my magazine pouch just behind my trouser seam in what is basically the 8 o'clock position. Again, tips of the bullets should be pointing toward your belt buckle. This will become important as we conduct the drill. If your magazine pouch has a tension adjustment, set it so the magazine is held firmly, but not so tightly that you end up pulling your pants up as you pull the magazine out of the pouch. So with your pouch in place, spare magazine with at least 1 dummy round in it, and with the tips of the bullets pointing to your belt buckle, set up your training scenario. Let's assume that during the course of your gunfight, you have run your gun dry, fired every round, and your slide is locked to the rear. This might not be the best situation, but let's just say it happened. Here is your sequence to correct that. Step 1, get off the X. You should always be looking for and fighting from cover, but it is especially important when you have no ammo. Step 2. Bring the gun in close up in front of your face, rotating it just a bit. You want to be able to see the gun, but also see the bad guy. Step 3. Reach with your support hand to retrieve your spare magazine. Get your thumb deeply between the magazine and your body and make sure your index finger is on the front of the magazine. Pull out the magazine and rotate your hand. If you have grabbed it correctly, the magazine should be instantly aligned and ready for insertion in your pistol. Your index finger on the front of the magazine helps you find the magazine well and eliminates fumbling. Step 4. As you bring your new magazine up to the pistol, hit the magazine release and drop your magazine. You should always have your fresh magazine in hand before you drop the empty magazine. Step 5. Briskly insert the fresh magazine. Reach over the top of the slide, grasp it firmly with all 4 fingers, yank it to the rear, and let go. Now you can get back into the fight. Remember, slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. Run through these steps very slowly at first, and then increase your speed. If you remove all the live ammo from the room, this is something you could train for right in your own home. There is one more thing to consider. If you don't run your gun dry, but you still do a speed reload, remember to rack your slide. Now some of you might say, wait a minute, that means I'm tossing a live round out of the chamber. That might well be true, but when you insert a fully charged magazine and rack the slide, you are unquestionably putting a live round into the chamber. And have you ever had a slide not lock open after the last round? You could possibly have an empty chamber in your pistol when you insert that new magazine. So train yourself to rack the slide every time you insert a new magazine. You might lose one round, but you will always be certain your chamber is loaded. Number 7, turn and shoot. Take it one step at a time. Number 1, look and acquire the grip. Number 2, step to pivot. Number 3, draw, engage. Number 4, combat scan. Number 5, reholster reluctantly. Very rarely will your threat ever approach you directly from the front, yet consider how often we train by only addressing threats directly in front of us. Most firearms training is done statically on a firing line. Occasionally, shooters will engage from behind simulated cover, and even less often, people will actually move to cover before shooting. So let's start with the simplest of movements on the firing line. Turn and shoot. As with any shooting drill, work this one slow for form and get the movements right before you try to pick up speed. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. Here's a breakdown about how this drill should work. We are assuming you are a right-handed shooter with your pistol on your right hip. You can adjust the drill accordingly if you are a left-handed shooter. Starting position. Standing perpendicular to your target, we will start with your left shoulder facing downrange. Assume a ready position. On the command, turn your head to the left to acquire the target, while at the same time acquiring a firing grip on your firearm in the holster. Do not draw at this time. Face the target. To turn to face the target, the goal is to keep your right leg largely stationary. To do so, take a step backward with your left leg and pivot. This is done with your right hand in a firing grip on the pistol while it is still in the holster. Only after you are facing the target should you perform the standard 4-step draw, bringing your gun on target to fire. Combat scan. Immediately after any shooting incident, you should perform a combat scan. Look around. Left, right, up and down. Look behind you. Only if the area is clear of other threats should you reholster. This combat scan will be standard in all training drills before reholstering, so get used to doing it. Why we do it this way. The turn and shoot drill is so named because you must turn first and then shoot. The best way to accurately put your rounds on target is to establish a solid platform and get your front sight on the target. Shooting stance isn't the most important thing in a gunfight, but a good stance will help you keep your front sight where it belongs. Do what you can to establish a good stance, and that means squaring up to your target. The first movement with your head is to acquire the target because your body will follow where your eyes are looking. You do this with your hand on your gun to save time during the sequence and reduce any fumbling for your gun as you pivot. Like I mentioned, the goal is to execute that pivot while attempting to keep the gun as stationary as possible. That is why the strong side leg is to remain in place. That means if you are a right-handed shooter dealing with a target off your left shoulder, you look at the threat, establish a firing grip, and then take a step backward with your left foot, allowing you to pivot on your right foot to face the target. If you are right-handed and your target is off your right shoulder, you will step forward with your left foot to allow for the pivot. Again, you want to look, grab the pistol, and turn, then draw. Slow for form. This sequence is to be performed slowly and repeatedly until you master the sequence and it is firmly ingrained in your training protocol. Count the steps out as you work through them. 1. Look, acquire the grip. 2. Step to pivot. 3. Draw, engage. 4. Combat scan. 5. Reholster reluctantly. After you are doing these steps in sequence without really thinking about them, you can begin to increase your speed. I'll say it again. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. Remember, very rarely will a threat approach from dead ahead. This is a skill you need to master in order to improve your effectiveness in a deadly force situation. Stay safe, train hard. Chapter 4. 7 Steps to Highly Effective Situational Awareness. Situational awareness. 7 steps to avoid danger. The most important aspect of being a responsibly armed American is practicing good situational awareness. This means actively engaging and processing your surroundings. You need to be making decisions, not just letting things happen. Here are the 7 basic elements to help you observe and avoid potential danger. By using these elements of situational awareness, you will reduce the chances that you will ever be involved in a deadly force encounter. Cooper color codes. Be alert. Number 1, golden rule. Don't go anywhere with your gun you wouldn't go without your gun. 2, ditch the tech. Stay off the phone. 3, stay alert. Notice who notices you. Number 4, park in well-lit areas. Predators seek darkness. Number 5, avoid dangerous areas. Don't take shortcuts. Number 6, use what you have. Pay attention. Number 7, ditch the verbal challenge. This is not Renaissance France, and you are not in a duel of honor. Cooper color codes. Be alert. The idea of color codes to describe a person's level of situational awareness was developed by the late Colonel Jeff Cooper, considered by many to be the father of modern defensive pistol techniques. Long before it became fashionable, Colonel Cooper was teaching people how to avoid confrontations and how to win the confrontations they could not avoid. White. You are completely oblivious to your surroundings. Yellow. You are alert and engaged with your environment. Orange. You have identified something that may be a threat, but you are not in any immediate danger. Red. You have identified a threat and are now forced to react to it. Number 1, golden rule. Don't go anywhere with your gun you wouldn't go without your gun. Being a responsibly armed American means being just that, responsible. Carrying a gun does not make you a superhero, and it does not make you a vigilante. It makes you an individual who is better prepared to deal with a deadly force encounter when you have no other option than to defend yourself or your loved ones. If you know the area and know places you should avoid, avoid them. The hair on the back of your neck never lies. If you feel like you might be in danger, you probably are. Yes, you might have every right to travel anywhere you wish, but when doing so could put you in danger, the best course of action is to avoid dangerous areas altogether. If you are forced into a dangerous area because of your job or some other real and important reason, then you need to be extra vigilant. Don't go looking for trouble. Never start thinking that just because you have a gun, you will be okay. Number 2, ditch the tech. Stay off the phone. Stay off the phone. Activities like wearing earbuds or headphones, sending or reading text, or talking on the phone show that you're not paying attention to anything else around you and therefore make you a prime target for predators. Don't live in condition white. See an explanation of the Cooper color codes 2 pages earlier. Always be monitoring your surroundings and make sure you see what is moving into and out of your personal space. Pay attention to new areas you're entering and keep an eye out for identifiers of violence, such as gang graffiti or packs of young men. Remember to see these things and make note of them. Don't just look at them or pass them. Really see them and think about what they mean. You need to see potential risks in order to avoid them, and you can't do that while your nose is buried in your smartphone. Number 3, stay alert. Notice who notices you. Violent predators look for an easy meal. After they see a potential mark, they will likely stalk that mark in order to size up the situation and see if they can move in to strike without being noticed. See item 2 above. The best way to ensure you are not the victim of a sudden assault is to make sure you notice who is noticing you. Has someone taken more than a passing interest in you? Does that person appear to be following you? If you change directions, does he or she too? Do you feel like this person is paying too much attention to you? You can keep from looking like a victim by doing the following. Walk firmly and with purpose, ensuring that everyone around you understands you are engaged in your surroundings, and make enough eye contact with those who pass to assert that you are paying attention without making so much eye contact as to appear aggressive. If you look like prey, you will be preyed upon. If you take away the element of surprise by noticing who notices you, a predator will move on to another target. Number 4, park in well-lit areas. Predators seek darkness. Many times, the victim of a violent attack meets his or her attacker halfway. Whenever possible, avoid parking in dark or secluded areas. Predators prefer to operate in the dark, so you must deny them this advantage. If you are forced to park in a dark or secluded area, this is where your flashlight comes in. Walk with your flashlight in your weak hand, sweeping where you're walking with the light's beam. This will communicate to anyone who can see you that you're not an easy target. Don't be afraid to shine your light into any dark corner or potential hiding space. If a person approaches you, shine your light directly in that person's face. Doing so will give you a tactical advantage and an opportunity to assess the situation. When you are forced to park in a secluded area, back into your parking space. This will not only make a quick exit easier, but many criminals associate a vehicle backed into a parking spot with law enforcement and will likely want nothing to do with you. Number 5, avoid dangerous areas. Don't take shortcuts. Shortcuts have a nasty tendency to be dark, secluded, and off the beaten path. Predators are opportunistic by nature. What they're counting on is that victims will present themselves as targets by making themselves vulnerable to attack. Like always parking in well-lit areas, making sure you do everything you can to avoid dark and isolated places will do more to prevent an attack than almost anything else. Always remember that the most effective way to deal with violence is to avoid it. You might be in a hurry, but don't think it's reasonable to save time by putting yourself at risk. Remember, it can happen to you. There is no need to invite an attack by heading into an area that might be occupied by an attacker. Number 6, use what you have. Pay attention. Learn to look at your surroundings like a detective. Take everything in and understand its potential. That isn't just a window. It's a way to see into and out of a building or a vehicle. It's a way to get into and out of a building or vehicle. It's a mirror, and it's a source of very small, very sharp pieces of glass. This might sound strange, but once you make the decision to carry concealed, you're entering into a world of extreme consequences and will have to operate accordingly. Everything counts now. You need to make note of every exit, every window, every table, and every chair. You need to notice whether vehicles in your area are occupied or empty, whether they're running or not. Could the people inside those vehicles help you or hurt you? Does being higher up on a hill allow you to see farther? Could you use a parked car or a park bench as an obstacle, thus slowing an attack by keeping it between a potential adversary and you? Being in tune with your surroundings and exactly what is happening in your area is of the utmost importance, as is your ability to use those environmental factors to your advantage. Escape routes, sources of cover, and potential dangers are all parts of your environment. Number 7, ditch the verbal challenge. This is not Renaissance France, and you are not in a duel of honor. Remember that. Imagine for a moment, you're in a store in a mall with friends, and you hear gunshots. Active shooter is probably the first thing that comes to mind. You produce your gun, and you are looking for someone who looks like they need shooting when the gunshots stop. You don't holster your gun yet, but you do tuck it under the jacket you're wearing. Then a man with a rifle walks into sight. Just to be clear, you are sure that he is not a good guy. In your imagination, what do you do? Do you get your gun out and up and shoot him? Get behind the nearest thing resembling cover, assuming something is there, as you bring the gun out and up and shoot him? Make an evasive movement to throw the gunman's aim off as you bring the gun out and up and shoot him? Make an evasive movement by way of getting the heck out of Dodge? Say to the man with the rifle, "Young man, I think you need to put your weapon down." Brendan Dan McCown chose the last option on November 20th, 2005 at the Tacoma Mall in Washington State. He was shot 5 times and left paralyzed. Imagine now, you're at the front counter of a Burger King about to order. A young man comes through the door and walks right up to the register with his gun up and pointed at the clerk and demands money. You're beside him just a few feet away, and his attention is focused on the woman behind the counter and the area of the register in front of him. Do you draw your gun and shoot him? Wait for him to complete his robbery so you can get your lunch? Not move, but rather observe and get all the details you can so you can make the best possible report to police? Run out of the store. Draw your gun and tell him to stop or you'll shoot him? A Florida man chose the last option a few years ago. He exchanged gunfire with the robber, who was wounded as well, and spent considerable time in the hospital recovering from his wounds. One more now. You're in the back corner of a convenience store, closing the cooler door after selecting a cold drink. As you turn to head to the counter, a man comes through the door, points a pistol at the clerks behind the registers, and starts screaming for them to give him the money or he will shoot them. You do your due diligence, look around quickly, and don't see accomplices. No one else is near enough to the robber to worry about. Do you wait for him to finish the robbery and pay for your drink with a debit card because the store no longer has cash for change? Hide and hope the robber doesn't see you? Get to cover or concealment. Draw your gun quietly and get aim on the robber in case he sees you and comes after you? Don't forget to put the drink down. Get to cover or concealment. Draw your gun quietly. Get on the sights and command the robber to put down his weapon or you will shoot him. Get to cover or concealment. Draw your gun. Get on the sights and shoot the robber in the back of the head to prevent him from killing the clerk and maybe you too. The last one is a hypothetical that gets bandied about in gun forums from time to time, but it is a plausible hypothetical that raises the central question of this discussion. If you have the advantage of superior position, surprise, or both, should you issue a challenge to the attacker before you shoot? Before you answer that question, make sure you can answer this one. Are you able, as you are now, to make a precise shot without warm-up or other preparation, supported, rested, or unsupported, within seconds of perceived need? Do you have the skill and the will to shoot someone who is not facing you? Will you be able to see, set up, shoot on demand, and without hesitation? The skills you need include solid competency with sighted shooting skills, knowledge of and ability to assume supported shooting positions quickly on demand, ability to recognize and employ field expedient rests for shooting, knowledge of the light switch, the no reflex point in the head, and the ability to hit it from wherever you are, solid understanding of your limits where light switch shots are concerned. A lot of people already have or can acquire those skill sets. That's not an issue. What might be an issue with some is the idea of shooting someone without warning from behind or the side. When would that be A, a valid and possibly best option, and B, as legally defensible as possible? Here's an acronym to help you decide. IDOL, I-D-O-L. IDOL stands for Immediate Defense of Life. It's a standard that can be used to judge almost any shoot, no-shoot decision you need to make. To make use of the IDOL standard, ask and answer this question. In my best judgment, if I do not shoot right now, is someone going to die? That's IDOL in a nutshell. Make sure you understand that the law does not demand absolute and complete certainty of circumstance before you make a trigger pull decision. The reasonable person standard still applies here. Would a reasonable person, seeing the same thing you are seeing, think that you or another is about to be killed, especially given all that is known thanks to the plethora of reporting and news sources available to everyone about crimes such as mass shootings and armed robberies? Also, remember that there will be two justifications necessary for you to shoot in defense of another. Justification in your mind at the moment that shooting is necessary, and justification in the eyes of the law afterward. You must be able to articulate to investigators why you felt it was necessary to shoot anyone, much less when you shoot someone, let's be honest here, from ambush. Normally, if you can justify the trigger pull itself, you should be able to properly explain the shooting afterward. Just be aware that you will have to do that so that you won't be surprised when you do. And don't forget to have your attorney present when you make your detailed statement to investigators. Now you have the skill. Do you have the will? Can you bring yourself to smoothly and evenly pull the trigger and shoot someone who is not immediately attacking you and who is not even aware of your presence, even with sufficient justification? Some of you will not be able to. Not yet, at least. Why is that? Maybe you're reluctant to be the cause of death of another human being. I suspect this is why some gun bearers favor the pelvic shot as a default response. In situations like I write of here, with guns coming onto line or already online, stopping the shooter before he or she kills will require massive, immediate, and probably fatal damage or a no-reflex shot that will be fatal. Some people, even those who carry instruments of lethal force projection, i.e. handguns, can't deal with that. Some of you have yet to give up on the concept of offering a fair fight, whatever you think that is, to someone who wouldn't think of giving you one for the merest instant. Or you think it's worth the risk to your life and the lives of others to offer mercy, demanding surrender, to someone who would never offer it to anyone else. Or you think to offer a chance at life to someone who has committed themselves to death, their own and others, such as an active shooter or a jihadist. If you think you harbor some of these doubts and want help resetting your priorities, ask yourself what you would rather have when the shooting stops. Innocent men and women, even children, dead and dying. Yourself dead or dying. Your last sight being that of others being killed because you didn't take the action you could have. The attacker, probably, dead or dying without knowing you were there, but also without killing you or anyone else. The third option, I believe, is the choice. What is yours? Think, consider, decide, prepare, Be ready as best and as much as you can. Do it now. Don't wait until the sights are on before you know what you can and will do. Chapter 5, 101 Handgun Accuracy Secrets. Shoot to the absolute limit of your handgun's ability with these easy-to-master principles of extreme handgun accuracy. Introduction by Kevin Michalowski. There's this guy I know who always asks me the same question when I show him a gun. How accurate is it? And I always tell him the same thing. It's as accurate as you can be with it. The truth is, accuracy is a great big can of worms. Yes, when the time arrives, accuracy is important. You are, after all, responsible for every round you send downrange. You need to be able to hit what you are aiming at. But you have lots more to think about before your gun even comes out of the holster. Here's the way I see it. In a self-defense situation, accuracy is pretty far down the list. Before you start screaming, allow me to share that list with you. Situational awareness. This is the key to effective self-defense. If you don't pay attention to what's happening around you, you'll likely fall victim to a surprise attack. At that point, you might be so far behind the curve that your super accurate pistol will be of little help. Conflict avoidance. If you've been paying attention to what's going on around you, at some point you'll be able to use that information, combined with your training and experience, to remove yourself from an area that is or might become unsafe. Conflict avoidance involves your situational awareness skills. Did you make note of suitable escape routes? Verbal skills. Can you de-escalate a situation? And good judgment. Do you know when to get the hell out of a situation? Check your ego at the door. Escape if you can. Defensive skills. Can you keep your attacker off you if you have to? Have you learned how to protect and access your weapon during a close quarters deadly fight? If you don't think about these things like positioning, defensive movements, and defensive/offensive strikes in order to give you access to your weapon, your bullseye skills are useless. Combat accuracy. This simply means putting bullets into the bad guy quickly. In a recent episode of my weekly video blog, Into the Fray, I showed how I could draw from cover and put a round on target in 2 seconds. That's a long time. I'm slow. These 2 seconds might be the rest of my life. They might be the last 2 seconds I have to do anything. So in that amount of time, I want to be thinking, moving, and shooting. If you are standing still, hitting a bullseye from 25 yards and thinking you have mastered everything there is to know about accuracy, think again. Self-defense with a firearm is about more than shooting straight. There are several elements that come into play before you even have to worry about your accuracy. My suggestion then is that you focus on accuracy as one important part of an overall system of self-defense. The content that follows in this guide is a good place to start. Keep in mind, though, that everything you do leading up to the shot will be scrutinized. If you don't have a lawyer now, you should think about getting one. Practice shooting. Make sure you have good sights and a reliable, accurate firearm. But don't think that good shooting is all you need to come out on top of a deadly force situation. Stay safe, train hard. Kevin Michalowski, Executive Editor, Consealed Carry Magazine. Sight Alignment by Kathy Jackson. Marty Hayes, owner of the Firearms Academy of Seattle, is fond of telling new students the one and only real secret of accurate marksmanship. Are you ready? Here it is. The secret of accurate shooting. Your sights must be aligned on target at the moment the hammer falls. That's it. That's the key to accurate shooting. Everything else, grip, stance, smooth trigger press, follow through, all of those are just detailed ways to help ensure that your sights are in the right place when you send the shot. If your sights are lined up with the target when that happens, you will hit the target. If they aren't, you won't. It's that simple. So how can a shooter be certain that the sights will be lined up on target when the primer pops? Different types of sights. Handgun sights come in a variety of configurations. There are 3-dot sights, blade sights, U-shaped sights, V-shaped sights, dot-the-eye sights, peep sights, and scores of other varieties. All of these different sighting systems are designed to ensure that the barrel of the gun is held in the correct orientation to the target on the vertical and horizontal axes. This ensures that the shot will land neither to the left nor right of, nor high or low from, the intended point of impact. When the gun's barrel, represented by the sights, is properly lined up with the center of the target at the moment the shot breaks, the bullet will hit the center of the target. Understanding the relationship between front and rear sights. Since the purpose of sights is to align the gun properly, it's important to understand how they're designed to do that. The front sight might be a blade or a dot. If it's a dot, it might be large or small. The rear sight might be a U-shape, a V-shape, 2 dots or a straight line, or a simple raised notch in the back edge of the slide. No matter how the sights are configured, the front sight should be vertically aligned with, i.e., no higher or lower than, the rear sight. If the rear sight is a basic straight line, simply place the dot of the front sight right on top of that line as if you were dotting an I. Otherwise, place the front sight so that it is centered within the notch of the rear sight. There should be an equal amount of light on either side. This will keep your shot from going to the left or right or where you aim. Except in the case of dot the eye sights, the top edge of the rear sight should be held exactly even with the top edge of the front sight. Holding the top edges of the front and rear sights on the same plane will prevent your shots from hitting high or low. When the sights are held in the correct relationship to each other, the shot will go neither high nor low, neither left nor right. The gun will be aligned with your eye and with the target on both the horizontal and vertical axes. Some sight designs that pair a large front sight with a comparatively small rear sight will tempt you to bury the front sight while shooting. This will cause your shots to hit low. Pay special attention to the horizontal axis, keeping the top edge of the front sight in line with the top edge of the rear sight, until you have become very familiar with using these types of sights. Where to put the front sight? Now that you have the front and rear sight in the correct relationship to each other, where do you place the front sight in relation to the target? Most handguns will have their sights aligned on the horizontal axis to provide either a combat hold or a target hold. These holds simply describe where the shooter is placing the sights in relation to the target and where the round will strike the target. A gun that is sighted in for a combat hold requires the shooter to place the front sight where it covers the exact center of the target, while a gun sighted in for a target hold achieves greatest accuracy when the front sight is aligned at the center of the bottom of the bullseye. Generally speaking, handguns that are appropriate for self-defense will use the quicker but less precise combat hold. Remember Benjamin Martin's advice to his son in the movie The Patriot? Aim small, miss small? This is an excellent piece of shooting advice. When you are faced with a large target, pick a small area within that target upon which to center your shots. For instance, when you look at a cardboard IPSC target, rather than aiming for somewhere in the center, try to hit the triangle which makes up the top part of the capital A in the A zone. As discussed above, remember that the correct placement of the front sight on the target must happen at the same time as the front and rear sights are held in the correct relationship to each other. Where to focus? No matter which sighting system is on your handgun, it is important that you learn to keep your eyes focused on the front sight the entire time you pull the trigger and during the follow-through after the shot breaks. Physiologically, it just isn't possible for the human eye to focus on a near object and a far object at the same time. This means that when your eye is focused on the front sight, the target will be blurry. And when your eye is focused on the target, the front sight will be blurry. Some people, mostly young folks, can switch their focus back and forth rapidly enough to fool themselves into thinking that both are in focus at the same time, but it's not true. Only one or the other is in focus at any given time. What all this means is that you will need to decide which is more important to have in sharp focus, the large target or the tiny front sight. If you want to shoot accurately, you absolutely need to keep that tiny front sight and what it is doing in focus. This is why shooting instructors always tell their students to concentrate on the front sight. If you are prone to missing high, it is possible that you are shifting your focus from the front sight to the target at the last possible moment before you send the shot. When you shift your sight to the target, it's very common for the muzzle to rise slightly in response, just enough to cause the shot to land high rather than in the center of the bull. What about that wobble? It is normal for the sights to wobble a bit when you're holding your firearm on target. Accept that fact. The wobble is a normal event, and it happens to every shooter. Human beings are not machines, and not a single one on the planet can hold a firearm with machine-like stillness and immobility. The wobble will always be there. Sometimes the wobble will be worse than other times. As we age, our hands naturally become a little shakier. After a few swallows of tea, coffee, or caffeinated soda, most people experience slightly shaky hands, though most of us will never notice it. When there is a lot of adrenaline in your system, when shooting in front of someone you wish to impress, for points in a match, or under the significant stress of a deadly force encounter, hands will always shake. It's just a fact of life. So what to do about it? First and foremost, you need to admit that you do shake. Don't try to deny it or force yourself not to do it. You must accept the wobble and pull the trigger smoothly while the wobble is happening. If instead you fight it or try to snatch the trigger back during that brief, absolutely perfect moment as your front sight trembles across the center of the target, your shots will go low. Don't say I didn't warn you. You must accept the wobble for what it is, a minor, natural event that cannot really keep you from hitting the target unless you overreact to it. Keep your sights aligned as evenly as you can, but do not try to snatch the trigger back at the magic moment when the sights are absolutely, totally, perfectly aligned. Instead, smoothly increase the pressure on the trigger while keeping the sights aligned on the target as steadily as you are able. By steadily increasing the pressure on the trigger while keeping the sights lined up as steadily as you are able, you ensure that your sights will be aligned with the target at the moment the shot is fired. And what's the entire secret of accurate shooting? Your sights must be aligned on target at the moment the hammer falls. Accuracy secrets. No matter how the sights are configured, the front sight is designed to be placed on the same vertical axis as the rear sight. Many handguns have replaceable sights. If the sights on your handgun aren't working for you, you should experiment with different types of sighting systems if at all possible. When the sights are held in the correct relationship to each other, the shot will go neither high nor low, neither left nor right. Guns that are sighted in for a combat hold require the shooter to place the front sight where it covers the exact center of the target, while guns sighted in for a target hold achieve greatest accuracy when the front sight is aligned at the center of the bottom of the bullseye. Generally speaking, handguns that are appropriate for self-defense will use the quicker but less precise combat hold. Aim small, miss small. When you are faced with a large target, pick a small area within that target upon which to center your shots. It is important that you learn to keep your eyes focused on the front sight the entire time you pull the trigger, and during follow-through after the shot breaks. Especially if you are prone to missing high, it is possible that you are shifting your focus from the front sight to the target at the last possible moment before the shot goes off. It is normal for the sights to wobble a bit when you're holding your firearm on target. Accept the fact that the wobble is part of shooting. If you fight the wobble or try to snatch the trigger back during the brief, absolutely perfect moment as your front sight trembles across the center of the target, your shots will go low. By steadily increasing the pressure on the trigger while keeping the sights lined up as steadily as you are able, you ensure that your sights will be aligned with the target at the moment the shot is fired. Your sights must be aligned on target at the moment you fire. If your sights are lined up with the target when the shot goes off, you will hit the target. If they aren't, you won't. Trigger Control by Massad Ayoob. To hit what you're shooting at with a handgun, trigger control is the heart of the beast. It seems to be far more important than, say, sight picture. At close combat distances, a poor sight picture might pull the shot out of the heart and dump it elsewhere in the chest, but a convulsive jerking of the trigger can cause the shot to miss the whole human-sized target. The late Ray Chapman was the first world champion of the combat pistol. He used to say that shooting a handgun well was simple. It just wasn't easy. That's true in spades for the trigger control element. After the decision to fire has been made and the gun is on target, the shooter must bring the trigger straight back in a manner that doesn't pull the gun off the mark. The rearward pressure should be smooth. It should be uninterrupted, and it should be evenly distributed. With any physical skill, we must crawl before we walk and walk before we run. Trigger control development should start with dry fire, progressing to live ammunition only after the shooter is conditioned to hold the gun steadily on target as the hammer drops. Dry fire should always be practiced with a safe backstop, as if it were live, as a hedge against the day human error finds us with a round in the thought-to-be-unloaded firearm. When it's time for live ammo, the pace should begin with careful, slow fire, progressing into faster and faster cadenced shot sequences until true rapid fire is achieved. With any complex psychomotor skill, a chain of physical events, which firing a gun most certainly is, the quickest route to learning to do it fast is to start by doing it slowly. Finger placement and handgun grasp. Historically, we have been taught to manipulate the trigger with the tip of our index finger or with its pad, which means that the whirl of the fingerprint is centered on the trigger. However, this history comes largely from bullseye shooting with cocked revolvers and light trigger single-action semi-automatics. Target guns tend to be heavy, usually somewhere between 34 and 60 or more ounces. A light touch from the sensitive fingertip will serve us well if our pistol is gently held 48 high standard 22 with the recoil of a mouse burp, and we're shooting at NRA's specified rapid fire rate of 5 shots in 10 seconds. However, in defensive shooting with a concealment handgun, the dynamics change. Now we have a 20-ounce baby Glock that must be stabilized against a 5 to 8 pound trigger pull, or a 12-ounce Smith & Wesson Airlight Snubby with up to a 12-pound trigger pull. Now we have recoil that can truly live up to its colloquial name, kick. Now, rapid fire means 5 shots in 1 second before our homicidal attacker can reach us with his tire iron. Different jobs require different skills and different tools. For a heavier than target trigger, you'll find that getting your finger deeper onto the trigger will give you more leverage. The sweet spot is what the old double-action revolver masters called the power crease, and what medical folks would call the distal joint of the finger on the palmar side. With longer, heavier pulls, this index finger placement simply gives the shooter more biomechanical advantage for a smooth, straight-back pull that won't allow the muzzle to deviate off target. Similarly, the light grasp so long favored by target shooters is poorly suited to stabilizing the handgun against a heavy trigger pull or to keep it from shifting in the shooter's hand when jackhammer recoil must be dealt with. Half a century of handgunning has taught this writer that a very firm grasp, a crush grip if you will, better serves both needs. The harder you hold the handgun, the less it will shift in your hand during recoil. It will feel as if it's kicking less. That's not happening. Grip force doesn't alter the laws of physics. What's happening is your body is more efficiently managing the recoil. The gun is not moving as much and is coming back on target sooner. A strong stance that puts body weight into the gun helps considerably here too. The less the recoil moves your body, the less likely you are to develop anticipation that makes you jerk the trigger and bring the shot low. Firm grasp also helps trigger control. Our fingers are subject to a sympathetic reaction called interlimb response. When one finger moves rapidly, the others want to open and close with it. This creates a phenomenon the old masters called milking. When the fingers close as if upon a cow's udder in sympathy to the index finger's movement on the trigger, they pull the gun down and toward the weak hand side. If you are a right-handed shooter and have been hitting low left, that may well be the diagnosis. If milking is the disease, a hard grasp is one proven cure. If the rest of the fingers are already closed as tightly on the handgun's grip as they can be, they can't close any more in sympathy with the index finger's rapid activation of the trigger. Fit factors. No shooter will shoot at his or her best without a gun that fits his or her hand. A key dimension of that fit is trigger reach. The gun should sit in the firing grasp with the barrel in line with the long bones of the forearm, the web of the hand high on the backstrap of the frame, and the finger naturally in its sweet spot on the trigger. If the gun affords too short a trigger reach, a longer trigger on a 1911 pistol or larger grips that cushion the backstrap and push the web of the hand further back can solve the problem. The new generation of polymer frame auto pistols with replaceable backstraps in various sizes pioneered by Walther help here too. Shortcuts. There are shortcuts to achieving good trigger control. Not many, but a few. One is what I call an exemplar drill. The new shooter takes his or her firing stance and grasp and is responsible for sight alignment. The veteran shooter places his or her gun hand over the shooter's with the experienced trigger finger in front of the novice digit. The old-timer presses the newcomer's finger slowly back against the trigger the first few times to show him or her what a good trigger press feels like. Then the new shooter and the veteran pull the trigger together at the same pace. Finally, the trainee is pulling the trigger with the trainer's index finger just lightly touching the trainee's to monitor the movement and make sure he or she isn't backsliding into poor technique. I learned it from Ray Chapman. Chapman learned it in the Marine Corps, and the USMC Marksmanship Manual circa 1930 had it in print. Sometimes old secrets get lost and have to be rediscovered. For the shooter working alone, a laser sight is a great tool for developing trigger control. Put the red dot on the target and hold it there through the trigger stroke. Do it dry fire to start. It conditions the shooter to the feel of smoothly stroking the trigger back without deviating from point of aim. Progression to live fire is smooth and natural. Then switch to the conventional sights. The smooth trigger pull should remain constant. As Chapman said, it's simple, but it's not easy. It takes time and dedication. Sometimes you'll need to open your mind to new techniques or work with a gun that you're not familiar with, but which might be a more suitable fit to your hand. After you've got it, you'll feel the light bulb come on, and now it will be up to you to maintain a training regimen to keep the feel of it and make a smooth trigger pull happen faster and faster. Stay with it, and you'll be a better shot before you know it. Accuracy secrets. To hit what you're shooting at with a handgun, trigger control is the heart of the beast. A convulsive jerking of the trigger can cause the shot to miss the whole human-sized target. The shooter must bring the trigger straight back in a manner that doesn't pull the gun off the mark. Trigger control development should start with dry fire, progressing to live ammunition only after the shooter is conditioned to hold the gun steadily on target as the shot is sent. The pace should begin with careful slow fire, progressing into faster and faster cadenced shot sequences until true rapid fire is achieved. The quickest route to learning to do it fast is to start by doing it slowly. Rapid fire means 5 shots in 1 second before our homicidal attacker can reach us with his tire iron. For a heavier trigger pull, you'll find that getting your finger deeper into the trigger will give you more leverage. The sweet spot is what medical folks would call the distal joint of the finger on the palmar side. The harder you hold the handgun, the less it will shift in your hand during recoil. A strong stance that puts body weight into the gun also helps considerably. If the rest of the fingers are already closed as tightly on the grip frame as they can be, they can't close any more in sympathy with the index finger's rapid activation of the trigger. No shooter will shoot his or her best without a gun that fits his or her hand. A key dimension of that fit is trigger reach. A laser sight is a great tool for developing trigger control. It conditions the shooter to the feel of smoothly moving the trigger straight back without deviating from point of aim. Maintain a training regimen to keep the feel of the trigger pull and make a smooth trigger pull happen faster and faster. Proper grip techniques by Larry Correia. Proper grip is one of the keys to proficient shooting. Without knowing how to hold the handgun correctly, you will lack in control and accuracy. In the days of yesteryear, everyone shot pistols one-handed. This still works great for things like Olympic pistol games, where pure accuracy is king. A one-handed grip with a blade-off stance works great for slow-fire bullseye shooting, because there is very little outside influence to disturb the gun. But we're talking about defensive pistol shooting, where calm, leisurely accuracy goes right out the window. Instead, it's about being fast and acceptably accurate while under a great deal of stress. Key to that is control. A two-handed grip will provide a great deal of control, so if you've got 2 hands available, use them to your advantage. A very experienced instructor once told me that the thing to remember is meat on steel. The more meat, hand, you can get on steel, the gun, the more control you will exercise. First off, let's talk about your primary hand, the hand that is the first one on the weapon and the one controlling your trigger. You want to get as high up on the gun as possible without getting struck by any moving parts. A common mistake made by a new shooter is that he or she will grasp the gun low on the grip, leaving a large gap between the web of his or her hand and the tang of the gun. The problem is that anytime you give the gun room to move, it will move. If there is an air bubble there, the gun will freely shift into it. Moreover, the lower you grip the gun, the greater amount of torque you'll feel as the gun recoils. The higher you place your hand, the more in line the bones of your wrist will be with the barrel, and the less muzzle will rise. On the flip side of the coin, don't grip a semi-automatic so high that you're in danger of being hit by the reciprocating slide. I have very big hands, and I have a small Bulgarian Makarov that I shoot occasionally. These two things don't go together very well. I have to make a concentrated effort every time I shoot that little monster to keep my primary hand lower than I otherwise would, because otherwise the slide bites the web of my hand. This is the same reason that though I worship at the altar of St. John Moses Browning, I can't shoot a stock high-power or G1 1911 without leaving skin on the gun. When it comes to a solid grip, a gun that fits you more naturally will be easier for you to shoot than one that you struggle with. A gun that is too small for a big-handed shooter is problematic, just as a gun that is too large for a small-handed shooter is. This is a major reason why spouses should never just pick out a gun for their significant others without their input. As an instructor, there is nothing more painful to watch than the 4-foot 6-inch petite lady trying to shoot the HK USP 45 her husband picked out for her because he thought it was the greatest gun in human history. That said, with good technique and practice, you can learn to shoot a gun well even if it isn't a perfect fit. Anyone who's ever been issued a particular gun by any agency is aware of this. But we live in America, and this article is directed at permit holders, so thankfully we can buy whatever the heck we want. Why wrestle with a gun you're not comfortable with if you don't have to? Next, How hard should you hold the gun with your primary hand? I've heard a few things over the years that are pretty intuitive ways to explain this. Hold the gun like a firm handshake, or about as hard as you would hold a hammer to drive a nail. You don't want to squeeze the gun to death because this is just going to cause a shaking and fatigue, and you don't want to hold the gun too weakly because then it will shift more under recoil, and on some semi-automatics, might even cause malfunctions. Now that you've got your strong hand on the gun, what do you do with your support hand? As a firearms instructor, I've seen pretty much every kind of grip you can imagine, and most of them are absolutely terrible. My personal favorite bad grip is the 1980s cop drama grip, where the support hand holds the strong arm's wrist. This does absolutely nothing to control the gun. The next bad grip is the old cup and saucer. With this grip, the shooter just lays the strong hand on top of the support hand. Unfortunately, under recoil, the strong hand just moves up and away from the support hand. The worst grip of all, though, is the self-correcting grip. I call it that because you will only do it once. Basically, this is the one where the support hand is up high, encircling the strong hand, but the support thumb is placed over the web of the strong hand, right in the path of the slide. Ouch. Once in a while, somebody manages to do this with a grip during class. There is usually no small amount of cursing involved. Most shooters just take their support hands and mash them on top of their strong hands. The problem with doing this, however, is the old adage about meat on steel. For many shooters, depending on hand size and the size of their firearms, their support hands sometimes aren't touching any steel at all. The strong hand thumbs are blocking the grip, so the shooters are left squeezing meat on meat, which is better than nothing, but isn't allowing the shooters to reach their full potential. Now, this is where everyone is different, and some experimentation is in order. While holding the gun in your primary hand, try moving your strong thumb up higher, out of the way, then mash your support hand down on the grip. Then place your strong thumb on top of your support hand, both thumbs pointing down range alongside the gun. If your gun has a frame-mounted safety, your strong thumb will often fit right on top of it, giving it a comfy place to ride and ensuring your safety remains off while shooting. This is usually referred to as a high thumbs grip. Your support fingers should be on top of your strong fingers. I hesitate to use the word interlaced because that always causes confusion among students who then try to weave their digits together. But your support fingers should naturally fall onto the low spots between your strong fingers. Now your support hand can exert some pressure on the firearm. This doesn't work for everyone. Once again, it depends on hand and gun size. But experiment with your gun until you find whatever gives you the most meat on steel. What you're going for here is to make your support hand do some work also. If you can get a relatively neutral grip where your support palm is putting equal pressure inward on the gun, your support hand can actually help you shoot more accurately than when employed in one of the aforementioned grips. Try this experiment. Take your strong hand. Make a fist, about as hard as you would squeeze your gun. Now move your trigger finger back and forth like you're pulling the trigger. Now imagine that your support hand is squeezing the gun and helping control it. Loosen up your strong hand a little bit. And now pull your trigger finger as fast as you can. You should notice a significant difference in how freely your trigger finger can run. If you make your support hand help control the gun, you'll discover a far greater degree of trigger control. There's a lot of argument about just what point of your trigger finger should be pulling the trigger. Personally, I'm not sure there is one right answer, as it depends on the shooter's hand, gun size, and trigger weight, distance, reach. When I shoot a single-action gun with a short, light trigger, I find that I shoot with the pad of my finger. When I shoot double action with a longer, heavier pull, I find that I use the crease of the distal joint. One gives me more control, one gives me more leverage. I'm a huge proponent of dry fire practice. I honestly believe that if you go to the range to practice the fundamentals of shooting, stance, grip, and trigger pull, and you're spending 30 cents every shot, you'll run out of money way before you become proficient. But if grip is all about controlling the gun, how can you simulate recoil during dry fire? Now, this is not a perfect solution, but I do find that it helps. This drill works with semi-automatic firearms only, and you will need someone to help you. For safety concerns, anytime you dry fire, make sure that the gun is unloaded, make sure there is no live ammo in the room, check that the gun is unloaded, make sure you're still aiming at a backstop that will stop a bullet, and then check to make sure the gun is unloaded. Did I mention to check to make sure the gun is unloaded? Good. Remove your firearms magazine so that the slide will not lock to the rear. Get into your shooting stance and take up your grip. Put the front sight on your dry fire target. Have your partner stand off to your side. All rules of gun safety still apply while doing this drill. At no time is the muzzle ever to point anywhere other than the dry fire target. After you are in your stance, your partner will reach up and forcefully rack your slide all the way to the rear. Then let go. It isn't the same as recoil, but you will notice a few things. If you found that you rocked back quite a bit, it shows the weak points in your stance. Often this is when you will need to lean into the gun more. Remember, you're driving the gun. It isn't driving you. But more in line with the topic of this article, did you have to shift your grip? If you find yourself having to flex your hands and adjust your fingers after your partner runs the slide, it's showing you all of the spots in your grip where meat wasn't properly contacting steel. Have your partner give you a moment to adjust your grip, then try it again. After you've done this drill a few times, you should have isolated all of the spots where your grip is lacking. Ideally, after your partner runs the slide, the gun will come right back down and you won't have to shift your hands at all. Everything will be nice and solid. Now practice that grip. Remember how it feels. That way, when you go to the range and you're shooting live ammo, you already know what you need to do. Once again, this is a valuable drill, but anytime you're manipulating a firearm with a partner, it is extremely important that the muzzle is kept in a safe direction. Remember, your partner should stand off to the side, taking care to never get in front of the gun. After you have some confidence in your grip, you must practice at the range. An ideal grip will allow you to rapidly engage the target and repeat as necessary. Keep an open mind and be willing to experiment with different finger placement until you find what allows you to exercise maximum control. Practice until you're ready to fight your attacker, not your technique. Accuracy secrets. Having a good grip is key to being a proficient shooter. A two-handed grip will provide a great deal of control. The more meat, hand, you can get on steel, the gun, the more control you'll exercise. You want to get your primary trigger hand as high up on the gun as possible without getting struck by any moving parts. The higher you place your hand, the less the muzzle will rise. When it comes to a solid grip, a gun that fits you more naturally will be easier for you to shoot than one that you struggle with. With good technique and practice, you can learn to shoot a gun well, even if it isn't a perfect fit. But why wrestle with a gun you're not comfortable with if you don't have to? Hold the gun about as hard as you would a firm handshake. You need to experiment with your offhand to find the best positioning, but your support fingers should be on top of your strong fingers. Avoid the cup and saucer grip. If you make your support hand help control the gun, you will discover a good degree of trigger control. Dry fire practice is very important in helping you find the best grip for you. A weak grip can cause a semi-automatic pistol to malfunction. An ideal grip will allow you to rapidly engage the target and repeat as necessary. Practice until you're ready to fight your attacker, not your technique. Point shooting by Gabe Suarez. Point shooting. Now that should stir up some controversy, right? I was once in the sights all the time at any distance camp. Then the reality of reactive gunfighting on the street showed me that there are plenty of times when you will not be prepared for the fight and will have to either catch up against uneven odds or risk dying. At those times, any shortcut that will keep you alive is worth all the money in the world. Gunfights are either reactive or proactive. In a proactive gunfight, you have the information and justification that you need to draw your pistol and shoot. You can call it being proactive or even being preemptive to the bad guy's actions. Recently, one of my New Mexico students told me of a case where an estranged husband visited his wife at the deli counter of a local market and proceeded to stab her multiple times with a butcher knife. The restraining order she got against him did nothing to protect her, but a local CCW permit holder who saw this moved into position, drew his pistol, and reportedly using his sights, shot the attacker to death. That is a proactive, preemptive gunfight. No startle, no catch-up, no problem. The only things needed are a pistol, marksmanship skills, and the will to use them. Such gunfights, or should I say shootings, make up the lore of sighted marksmanship-based shooting methods. All you need, the advocates say, is an alert mind, a clear sight picture, and a manageable trigger. But such fights, while very supportive of certain skill sets, are not the norm. The norm is a gunfight where the criminal, or group of criminals, has begun the attack upon a relatively unprepared victim. Were the victim paying attention, he or she would likely have been able to avoid the entire thing. That would-be victim must first realize what is happening. When the incoming information reaches a tipping point that indicates he or she must act quickly or perish, he or she must react faster than the bad guy. Does it sound difficult? Does it sound dangerous? Right on both counts. What is lacking is preparation. I know all about the color codes of awareness and about mental preparedness. I also know that human beings are fallible. We are overworked, preoccupied, and sometimes even physically sick. We are rushed, and we carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. Hardly conducive to living in a state of condition yellow or relaxed alertness, eh? Rather than living in condition yellow, as my late friend Jeff Cooper described it, we often lapse into condition white. Often, sadly inevitable, it is the situation we find ourselves in when the fight unexpectedly comes to us. Let's analyze what happens in a gunfight. You might see the bad guy. He appears to be a bad guy because of his attire, his demeanor, or maybe even the way he looks at you. Whatever it is, something about him isn't right. You are receiving bits of information constantly. You notice his eyes and where he is looking. You begin to notice that all the customers in the store are also looking at him. You notice that they appear scared. He is about 5 feet away now, and you notice his gang-style clothes seem big for his small frame, and you begin to wonder if there is a weapon hidden under them. Then you begin to notice the outline of a pistol butt and his hand resting on it. It is beginning to move from the belt line toward you. His first words don't even register as the adrenaline dump in your gut begins to shoot through your veins. This is how it happens, you think. Now let's look at the rest of the story. You draw your pistol. Actually, it's more of a desperate grab and shove toward the bad guy than a perfect and correct shooting school range draw. You are looking right at him. Your hunter-predator eye is drawn to the movement of his hand and fixes on his gun. It is small and black. Your pistol is out by now, pointing at him one-handed as your body screams, "Move!" Still transfixed by the image of him and visually drawn to the gun moving toward you, you pull hard on the trigger once, twice, 3 times. Not the controlled trigger press you perfected in school, but hard trigger smashing. Your eyes have not left him as he falls dead at your feet with a loud thud. His gun clatters against the floor. That is a reactive gunfight and the most likely scenario for most private citizens who carry concealed. So what is the answer? Point shooting or aimed fire? Are sights useless? Should we rip them off our slides and train only inside elevators? No, not at all. Point shooting and sighted fire are 2 different ends of a continuum of shooting. You use what you need and what is called for depending on the fight at hand. This description was first coined by a man in Federal Service 7677 at warriortalk.com, and it explains the situation quite well. Shooting is a physical act that does not change. There are degrees to your visual focus, fully on threat, fully on sights, or somewhere in between. So analyze your shooting system. If all you are training on is proactive sighted fire from open carry and from a stationary shooting position at medium distance, you might not be prepared for what an attacker has in store for you. Accuracy secrets. Gunfights are either reactive or proactive. The reality of reactive gunfighting proves that there are plenty of times when you will not be prepared for the fight and will either have to catch up against uneven odds or risk dying. The norm is a gunfight where the criminal or group of criminals has begun the attack upon a relatively unprepared victim. Rather than living in condition yellow, we often lapse into condition white. Often, sadly inevitable, it is the situation we might find ourselves in when the fight unexpectedly comes to us. Gunfights happen very, very quickly. A draw turns into a desperate shove. Point shooting and sighted fire are 2 different ends of a continuum of shooting. You use what you need and what is called for, depending on the fight at hand. If all you are doing is proactive sighted fire from open carry and from a stationary shooting position at medium distance, you might not be prepared for what an attacker has in store for you. Shooting Well Under Pressure by Jack Rumbaugh. So far, you've had the fundamentals of shooting presented to you. It's easy to perform any of these skills on demand when you are on the range under no pressure at all. But what happens when a sense of urgency is introduced into the equation? If you are not properly prepared to deal with the pressure, it is likely that your performance will be less than stellar. How do we gain the confidence to perform well when things get tough? There are several training methods that are useful for simulating different types of pressure. Let's find out what they are and how to use them effectively. Drill the fundamentals. The first step you should take is to practice the fundamentals of shooting until they become reflexive and smooth. As you become more familiar and well practiced with the necessary techniques, the more confident you will become. It will take time and hundreds, if not thousands of repetitions to really make a technique yours. to learn it to the point that you can perform it on demand without serious conscious thought. Making sure you understand sight alignment, trigger press, grip, and stance, and how each of these areas interact is extremely important. After you have these fundamentals firmly established in your toolbox, you are ready to introduce that sense of urgency into your training. Meet the timer. Introducing a time factor into your training can generate some of that pressure we're looking for. The modern shot timer is a valuable tool to have in your training gear, but be careful. Never make the holstering process part of your timed drill, as getting your gun back into its holster too quickly can lead to both accidents and the development of bad habits. You should always reluctantly and carefully holster your pistol. You can introduce time pressure into your dry practice or your range session very easily. A simple drill is to safely prepare for the dry practice, triple checking your firearm is empty and that there is no ammo in the training environment, and then set the timer for a random start and a 2-second par. When the timer sounds, you acquire your pistol, present it to the target, get your sight picture and alignment, and press the trigger, all before the second beat. After that's easy for you, set the timer for 1.75 seconds. As that becomes easier, reduce the time. Whatever you do, though, do not sacrifice technique for speed. It's always easier to learn the right way a little slower than to try to unlearn incorrect technique. You can take the timer along for your live fire range sessions as well. There are numerous standard drills you can incorporate into your range time, such as the famous El Presidente drill. 2 shots into each of 3 targets, a foot apart, reload, same, all starting from a surrender position with your back to the targets. Using a timer, you can quantify how long it takes you to perform a certain technique properly. As you gain skill, you can see how you have improved. The timer is extremely useful in generating some anxiety in your training, and the more you train with a timer, the less this anxiety will affect you. Compete with your guns. Compete. If you want pressure, competition gives you a healthy dose. The first time you head up the line, heart in your throat, waiting for the beat, you'll see what I mean. I have had the pleasure of competing IDPA, IPSC, and indoor and outdoor GSSF matches, and I can tell you that the first time is stressful. The more you compete, the easier it gets. The pressure will always be there, but the manner in which you perceive and handle it changes. Try out different shooting sports. Each one has slightly different stressors involved. Not only do you have the stress of a time constraint, but you also have points involved. On top of that, there is usually a set of rules to follow. Failure to follow the rules might result in a disqualification. More stress. And if you go with friends, you have the stress of not letting them beat you. After you have run a few courses of fire, you won't even break a sweat. Train in force on force. This is my favorite way to add stress to training. Nothing ramps up the anxiety level like facing another human being who wants to stab or shoot you. Working with a live opponent introduces an element of chaos to your training that cannot be duplicated with any other method, and the most cost-effective way to do this is with airsoft pistols. There are other options out there, to be sure, but they are not readily available to private citizens, and they tend to be quite costly. Airsoft is easily obtained, is very reasonably priced, requires no special safety gear other than an airsoft mask and a sweatshirt, and does not require much cleanup after a session. All you need is a broom or a vacuum cleaner. After you have the equipment and a training partner, you're ready to go. The simplest drill runs as follows. You and your opponent stand 21 feet apart, and on the go signal, you both draw and fire. You can mix things up with unequal initiative, shortening the distance, or trading a contact weapon for the pistol. The only limiting factors are the space available and your imagination. As you run more drills, you will find the anxiety level becomes less of a distraction. You are learning to deal with the stress in realistic training, and hopefully you will be able to deal with the stress in a real situation more effectively. I want to reiterate that you must never sacrifice proper technique for speed in any of these drills. The key contribution of the drills we've outlined is to desensitize yourself to the stresses that you would find yourself exposed to in a defensive situation. The more you perform under pressure in training, the better you will perform under pressure when it counts. During a crisis, you will invariably default to the level of your training. So let's keep that level high. Accuracy secrets. If you are not properly prepared to deal with pressure, it is likely that your performance in a critical scenario will be poor. Be sure to practice firearms fundamentals until they become reflexive and smooth. Making sure you understand sight alignment, trigger press, grip, and stance, and how each of these areas interact is extremely important. Introducing a time factor into your training can help generate pressure, which can make your training session far more reality-based. Never make the holstering process part of your timed drill. Holstering too quickly can lead to injuries and the development of bad shooting habits. Competition gives you a healthy dose of pressure, which improves the real-world application of your training. Use airsoft pistols or something similar to train force on force. Nothing ramps up the anxiety level like facing another human being who wants to stab you or shoot you. The more you perform under pressure in training, the better you will perform when it counts. Accurate Offhand Shooting by George Hill. The one crucible for firearms tactics that doesn't involve people shooting back at us is competition. IPSC, IDPA, cowboy action, whatever your flavor of choice is, they are going to ultimately throw you a curveball by asking you to shoot with your weak hand. Everyone's scores will take a dip on a stage that requires weak hand shooting. This tells us something in a very clear and numeric and measured way. We all have to work on our weak hand shooting. There is no magic trick that can help us here, and no matter how good we are with our strong hands, we are not as good weak-handed. Is this going to have any real-world value to us? Absolutely. Look at the way we present ourselves in a defensive situation. Knees bent, head up, eyes forward, arms up and out. Our arms are going to be the first things injured should damage come our way. In a defensive situation, we might have to ward off a knife, attack, or a swing from a club, or we might catch a bullet in the strong arm or hand. Something else might occupy our strong hand, like a friend or loved one, and we are controlling them to move them to a safer position. Anything can happen, and if you lose your strong hand, then you've probably lost 75% or more of your ability to engage your target effectively. What if you're coming around a corner that would expose most of your body before your strong hand is able to cover the target? You would be much safer if you could switch hands and navigate the corner with confidence. What we need to do is to raise our skill level so we can lower our liability with weak hand shooting. Since there is no magic trick to weak hand shooting, it is a simple matter of coming back to the basics and taking your time, without taking too much time. Let's start from the draw. Since we most often carry our weapons concealed, our weapons are usually not in a convenient location for weak hand draws. This is going to require some stretching, bending, and maybe even some grunting or colorful language, but we need to be able to access our weapons. To practice this, raise your strong arm and put it on your head to keep it out of the way. There is no specified draw technique here because all of us pack our guns differently. If you pack cross-draw or in a shoulder rig, this challenge will pose no problem. If you pack in a typical manner with the gun just behind your strong side hip, you might go across your front or around your back depending on your position or flexibility. Whatever works for you, do it. The point here isn't how you do it, it's that you do it. This needs to be realistic and practical for street-level deployment. Practice this standing until you work it out, then practice it sitting. In competition, you will not be required to draw with your weak hand, for safety purposes. In competition, you'll have to draw the weapon normally and transition it to your weak hand. This transfer is easy, but it's something you'll need to practice. To transfer the weapon safely to your weak hand, very slightly loosen your grip and let the pistol tilt slightly forward. Then place your weak hand behind your shooting hand, slide it up under the top of the backstrap, and slide your shooting hand back down and away as you grip the pistol with your off hand. Practice moving your gun back and forth between your hands. Because weak hand shooting means weak hand reloading and holstering. If you can shave a half a second off this transition, every time you can shave full seconds off the clock at each string. Little bits of time add up quickly, and in a lethal force encounter, little bits can mean a lot. Back to shooting. With the gun in your hand, you should now be able to engage your target, shoot your gun dry, and reload it, all one-handed. Some shooters will hold their guns between their knees or use their holsters to help reload their weapons. Whatever you do, this is something that has to be practiced a lot, because if you have to do it when it counts, no one is going to wait for you to figure it out. The same methods of shooting a weapon weak-handed are just like strong-hand shooting. The only difference is that it can be like learning how to shoot all over again. Your hand isn't as stable. Your trigger is alien to your finger, and pulling it isn't so smooth and steady. It's more of a spasmodic twitch that you're not ready for. When shooting weak-handed, there are psychological hurdles and physiological challenges that must be overcome. Psychological, because you think you are handicapped when weak-handed, and physiological, because you have not developed the muscle memory to accomplish the tasks of control manipulation and recoil recovery, let alone just holding the weapon steady. They call your weak hand the weak hand for several good reasons. Typically, the muscles are not as strong, trained, or sensitive as those in your dominant hand. What you are going to find on the range is a lessened ability to hold your weapon stable, and your trigger manipulation will no longer be the thing of beauty it was in your other hand. In fact, you'll likely find that you've suddenly become ham-fisted. Before you even start practicing shooting weak-handed, you need to get that hand up to speed. Try typing with just your weak hand or dialing your cell phone with your weak hand. These skills don't necessarily transfer to shooting, but you need to rewire your brain to your left hand and let it know that it can do some fine motor skill activities. I know a local doctor who ties the shoelaces on his right foot right-handed and on his left foot left-handed just to keep that dexterity up. He can also tie the knots on a fishhook with just his left weak hand too. You might consider getting a squeeze ball to help improve your grip as well. I've found that these are handy items to have anyway if your job requires you to talk to strangers. While in a fight, you'll want to move. But if you're down to a weak hand only shot, I would hope you're ready to employ every trick in the book. Try holding that weapon at a slight angle, about 1 o'clock, rather than straight up and down. You can hold your gun steadier with this slight angle, and you can manage recoil better this way. The angle is going to be different for everyone. Try this on for size next time you are at the range. The most important thing about shooting weak-handed is to take your time, concentrate on your sight picture, and work on breaking the shot consistently. You should devote 10 to 20% of your shooting to firing weak-handed, and, like everything else in the shooting sports and self-defense, practice, practice, practice. Accuracy secrets. We all have to work on our weak-hand shooting. Our arms are likely going to be the first things injured should damage come our way. We need to raise our skill level so we can lower our ability with weak-hand shooting. There is no magic trick to weak-hand shooting. It's simply a matter of coming back to the basics and taking your time, without taking too much time. First, you must master drawing with your offhand. You might have to adjust your carry position to make this possible. To transfer the weapon safely to the weak hand, loosen your grip and let the pistol tilt forward. Then place your weak hand behind your shooting hand, slide it up under the top of the backstrap, and slide your shooting hand back down and away. Learn to reload your weapon one-handed and practice it often. There are psychological hurdles and physiological challenges that must be overcome to shoot weak-handed. You should practice doing everyday things such as typing and dialing the phone with your weak hand to build up its muscles. Get a squeeze ball to help improve your grip. Try holding the weapon at a slight inward angle, 1 or 11 o'clock. This aligns the bones more naturally. You should devote 10 to 20% of your shooting to firing weak-handed. Accurate Shooting While on the Move by Jack Rumbaugh. Shooting on the move is by nature a complex skill set. You have to move while presenting your pistol and placing shots on your adversary with acceptable combat accuracy, all without getting shot. Some of the skills we employ deserve their own in-depth study, but those are for another time. Let's break this down to the components and outline each one. Gunfighting is 50% shooting and 50% not getting shot. I'm of the opinion that most important is the not getting shot part. If this were not so, movement would have no place in our toolbox. There really is no big secret to movement in a gunfight. You put one foot in front of the other and start walking. It gets more complicated as you dive deeper into dynamic movement, but we must walk before we run, so to speak. As you realize you are facing an attacker, you simply move off the X, where you are originally standing when the action begins, to one of several angles we'll discuss in just a moment. You must combine your movement with a smooth presentation. The goal is not to present and then move, or move and then present. They should be one motion. As you move, there will be angles of movement that will be more advantageous to you to use. The situation will dictate which one will be the most appropriate. Using the clock analogy, you might find that movement to the 11 o'clock position will work well and movement to another angle will be less than optimal. You never want to backpedal, as you'll always lose. Your adversary will be able to move forward much faster than you can move backward. This is where force-on-force training really shines. You can get all the repetitions you'll need to practice the skills of moving, presenting, and engaging your targets at various angles. One thing that needs to be mentioned: the fitter you are, within what is possible considering your age, injury status, and general health, the better off you will be when moving. Being able to move briskly and still have something left in reserve, should you need it, is extremely desirable. Movement means greater chances of survival. Another piece of the puzzle is your presentation and where you carry. We have found through hundreds of scenarios in our interactive gunfighting classes all over the globe that a botched presentation puts you so far behind the curve that you are unlikely to catch up. A smooth and polished presentation from concealment is key. In a defensive context, it's not important what you can do from your uber-cool IPSC speed rig, but what you can do with your everyday carry gear. Also, where you carry will affect your presentation. I have found time and time again that appendix carry is a superior choice. It keeps your pistol near your center line, provides you with greater economy of motion than other methods of carry, and is faster to presentation. If you can carry this way, I highly recommend giving it a try. We've talked about movement and presentation. Now we're finally on to shooting. You should at this point have a firm grasp of the fundamentals needed to shoot accurately. The particular skills you've internalized so far might not serve you in a dynamic environment. So we need a new set of skills to plug into the equation. The phrase I used in the first paragraph was acceptable combat accuracy. By this I mean that you are able to get hits on a man-sized torso target at typical close quarters combat distances. We aren't talking about this precision 50-yard shot for score. We're talking about survival at 12 feet. To get the acceptable hits at typical close quarters battle distances, you need to take into account a couple of key issues: distance and time. As the distance compresses, the less time you have to react, much less get that perfect sight picture we all train so hard for. You'll need other techniques to use in those situations. The term we use to describe what we need to do at typical CQB distances is sighting continuum. It's simply a sliding scale from point shooting to perfect sight picture and alignment. You simply see what you need to see of your sights to get those good hits we were talking about. For instance, you might employ some form of body-indexed shooting technique to get your hits at 2 yards, but as the distance increases, you might need to transition to a flash sight picture to get your good hits. You might use what is affectionately called metal-on-meat shooting, where the metal of your pistol is simply superimposed on the meat of your attacker. As I said earlier, you simply see what you need to see to get the hits you need to get. Again, I cannot stress enough that a traditional two-handed grip is not going to be effective for what you might have to accomplish during a lethal force encounter. There will be places in your range of movement where a two-handed grip will be out of the question. There are angles of movement that favor shooting with the left hand over the right. Certain circumstances won't allow you to do much more than barely clear your holster and fire as quickly as you can. We have found that the body hates tension and will always try to go with the path of least resistance. If you try to keep a two-handed grip on your pistol, there will be a point when you have created tension in the body and your tendency will be to unwind and backpedal. As mentioned, that is to be avoided. For a right-handed shooter, this is obvious moving towards 1 o'clock. If you try to maintain that two-handed grip, you'll quickly find yourself backpedaling. If you drop one hand and go right hand only, you'll gain a few more steps, but again, you're going to begin to backpedal. There's only one sure way to keep your muzzle on target, and that's with an eventual transition to your left hand. Ambidextrous shooting is a valuable skill to master, so make sure you do so. It's very important to note that these techniques must be practiced to be perfected. Work movement into your dry practice. Work on alternative sighting methods at the range. Work on your transitions and combine all of your techniques during your force-on-force training. You'll be glad you did. Accuracy secrets. Gunfighting is 50% shooting and 50% not getting shot. There really is no big secret to movement in a gunfight. You must combine your movement with a smooth presentation. The situation will dictate which movement of direction will be the most appropriate. You never want to backpedal. The fitter you are, the better off you will be when moving. Movement means greater chances of survival. A smooth and polished presentation from concealment is key. Distance and time are key issues in getting the acceptable hits at typical close quarters battle distances. The term sighting continuum describes what we need to do at typical close quarters battle distances. It's simply a sliding scale from point shooting to perfect sight picture. There is an area where movement and sighting intersect. There will be places in your movement where a two-handed grip will be out of the question. There are angles of movement that favor shooting with the left hand over the right. These techniques must be practiced to be perfected. How to Cure a Flinch by Kathy Jackson. We've all experienced it. Mysteriously misplaced holes on our targets. The holes are low, below the bullseye, and usually left of the center line. What in the world could cause that? A flinch happens when your muscles clench suddenly in anticipation of the shot firing, yanking the muzzle of the gun downward and off target at the last possible moment. It can be made worse by firing without adequate hearing protection, firing large caliber guns with unexpectedly solid recoil, or firing guns that just don't feel good in your hands. Every shooter on the entire planet has dealt with a flinch at one time or another. There are no exceptions. It's the one experience all shooters share. Sometimes a habitual flinch can result from just a single negative experience. I've met more than one woman whose first exposure to shooting was when a jokester relative handed her a full-power .357 Magnum or a 12-gauge shotgun loaded with 3.5-inch slugs and told her to pull the trigger without warning her what to expect. Such a rough introduction to the shooting sports can create seriously negative opinions about shooting, and often leaves an enduring flinch. Since every shooter has dealt with a flinch, most shooters have some method of coping with a flinch when one develops. It's worth listening to experienced shooters at the range and finding out what works for them. The only solution I would warn you away from is the non-solution of mechanically adjusting your sights so that the gun hits high and right when it is fired by someone without a flinch. That's a range trick, not a solution. Diagnosis. Diagnosing a flinch is not difficult. Sometimes you can feel yourself getting ready to flinch. That clenched, quivery feeling in your muscles right before the shot fires is often a telltale sign. The most certain way to diagnose a flinch is to fool your muscles into believing that you are about to fire live ammunition when in fact you are going to dry fire the gun. Here's how you do that. If you have a semi-automatic handgun, you can diagnose and then cure your flinch by purchasing snap caps, which are inert ammunition-shaped objects you can load into your gun. They are the same sizes and shape as your regular ammunition, but usually come in bright colors. When you load a snap cap into your semi-automatic handgun and pull the trigger, all you will hear is a click. Snap caps are not live ammunition and therefore cannot fire, nor will they cycle the gun's action. This method works best if you have 2 or 3 magazines. Fill the magazine with a couple of live rounds, a snap cap, a little more live stuff, another snap cap, and so on. Randomly mix the number and order of snap caps and live rounds. If you only have 1 magazine, have a friend fill it for you while you look elsewhere. If you have 2 or more magazines, fill them yourself and then shuffle them around so you do not know which one is which. Using these specially prepared magazines on the range when the firing line is hot, safely load your firearm as you ordinarily would. To accomplish the same task with a revolver, you can either randomly mix snap caps in with live ammunition in the cylinder, or you can randomly leave a few empty holes where ammunition would ordinarily go. Before you close the cylinder, close your eyes and gently rotate the cylinder. Close the cylinder without looking so that you do not know how the ammunition is lined up in your gun. Now your firearm is loaded partially with real ammunition and partially with snap caps that will not fire. The next step is to fire the gun. Line your sights up on the target, focus on the front sight, and steadily increase pressure on the trigger until you send the shot. When you get to a snap cap, you'll hear a click instead of a bang. And if you've been flinching, you will graphically see the muzzle end of the gun take a deep dive instead of remaining steady, as it should. As a slight aside, this is also a good time to practice your ability to clear a misfeed with a clearing sequence that is often called slap, rack, bang. When you encounter a snap cap or any other failure to fire in a semi-auto handgun, slap the base plate of the magazine to be certain it is firmly seated in the gun. Rack the slide to clear the non-functioning ammunition out of the way, assess the target to be sure it still needs shooting, and then bang, pull the trigger again. Having diagnosed the problem, it's time to cure it. Prescription: dry fire. The first and most important method of dealing with a flinch is lots of dry fire. Dry fire, as I'm sure you've picked up, is going through the motions of firing the gun when there is no ammo in it. You can do this at home as long as you have a safe backstop and as long as you follow every single one of the rules for safely dry firing a gun. If you are uncertain whether you can safely dry fire in your home, don't. You can always safely dry fire on the range. There is no rule that says you must always use ammunition at the range. It's perfectly safe and acceptable to dry fire there instead. No one will be surprised because good shooters often dry fire at the range as just one facet of their regular practice routine. Just as if you were firing live ammunition, grip the handgun properly, align your sights carefully, and slowly increase pressure on the trigger until the trigger's break point is reached. You should keep your eyes glued to the front sight and continue holding the trigger to the rear without lessening your finger's pressure on the trigger for a full 2 seconds after the trigger has been completely pulled. As you focus sharply on the front sight during dry fire, you might notice that the sight wobbles a bit. This is normal, not something to worry about or fight against. In fact, if you pay special attention to the front sight, you'll see that no matter how badly your hand is shaking, the area on the target that is actually covered by your wobble zone is really quite small. As long as your trigger pull is smooth, every single shot will fall within that very small wobble zone, close to the center of your target. But if you try to snatch the trigger back to get an absolutely perfect shot during the brief moment when your front sight wobbles across the exact perfect center of the bullseye, your shot will land very low and much further away from the center. Do not try to muscle the wobble away. The more you clench up, the worse the wobble becomes. And don't try to race against it by snatching the trigger back. Simply increase the pressure on your trigger while accepting the wobble for the normal phenomenon that it is. Even though you have accepted this normal wobble on the front sight, remember that you are still trying to hold the front sight as steady as you can. Don't allow it to dip or sway as a result of your trigger pull. If you find your trigger pull also pulls the sights out of alignment to the right or to the left, adjust the amount of trigger finger you have resting on the trigger. As you execute the trigger press, you begin to feel the tension within the trigger mechanism increasing, making the trigger pull feel increasingly heavy. Do not allow this to slow down the rate at which the trigger is traveling to the rear. Instead, press the trigger at the same speed during the entire process, increasing the pressure upon it steadily until the trigger breaks. Never think about the trigger's break point. Let it surprise you every time. In order to keep from thinking about the trigger break, some folks find that chanting front sight, front sight, front sight helps keep their minds from trying to anticipate the shot. Finally, one last important step. After the trigger breaks to the rear, do not take your finger off the trigger for at least 2 full seconds. Keep the sights steadily on the target and continue holding the trigger completely to the rear while you count. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. Try to dry fire for at least 5 or 10 minutes every day or so. Prescription: on the range. On the range, try to do exactly as you have practiced in dry fire. Get the sights lined up on the target, focus sharply on the front sight, and gradually increase pressure on the trigger. Do not think about the shot firing. Do not try to grab the magic moment when your sights are completely and perfectly centered on the bullseye. Instead, accept that the front sight will wobble a little bit and concentrate on keeping it as steady as you can while you put increasing pressure on the trigger. Do not try to figure out when the shot will fire. Let that be a surprise to you. If you need to chant front sight, front sight, front sight, do so. Anything to keep your mind from anticipating when the shot will fire. Again, you want the shot to be a surprise. Practice good follow-through. After the shot goes off, continue holding the trigger completely to the rear while you line the sights back up and focus sharply on the front sight. Count 1 1,000, 2 1,000 while you hold the trigger to the rear. Then and only then, release the trigger and allow it to come forward. If you feel your muscles getting ready to flinch, take a deep breath. Then safely unload your firearm and practice dry firing right there on the range until you have settled down a little. Anytime you feel ready to flinch, consciously relax every muscle in your body. Relax, except the ones you need in order to shoot safely, and go back to dry firing until you feel ready to try it again. Checkup. After you've fired live ammunition for a while, it's time for a checkup. Mix snap caps in with your regular ammunition again, as you did for the initial diagnosis. This time, you're simply going to shoot and keep shooting. Since you have been doing so much dry fire, you know exactly how the sight should look when you pull the trigger on an unexpected snap cap. Exactly as they do when you were expecting to fire a live cartridge. By the way, it's kind of embarrassing to find that muzzle dipping downward so dramatically when you come across a snap cap while firing. The only cure I've ever found for that embarrassment is to acknowledge and then conquer the flinch. Prescription: more dry fire. If you're still flinching at the range, set up your safe dry fire area again because you need to practice dry firing some more. This time, you're going to do something different. You're going to try balancing a coin on its flat edge on the front sight while you dry fire. Lay a penny across the top of the front sight, then dry fire as usual. Align the sights, focus on the front sight, and steadily increase pressure on the trigger while keeping the coin balanced on the top of the front sight. Can you do it? Practice until you can keep the penny balanced on top of your handgun during each and every trigger pull, without fail. Make a game of it. Instead of using a penny, get a roll of dimes and use them. Every time a dime falls off, pick it up and put it into your penalty jar, and then get out another dime. When the jar is full enough, you can use the contents to buy ammunition or professional firearms instruction only. No cheating. Continue to regularly practice your dry fire drills, especially when you cannot get to the range as often as you know you should. Follow-up care. Regular checkups. Now that your flinch is under control, you should take your snap caps to the range from time to time to check on your progress and to prevent that flinch from returning in full force. Remember that you will need regular dry fire practice too. Most shooters have recurring bouts of flinch trouble. This isn't unusual, but it means that it is once again time to focus on the basics. Accuracy secrets. A flinch happens when your muscles suddenly clench in anticipation of firing a shot, yanking the muzzle of the gun downward and off target at the last possible moment. Sometimes a habitual flinch forms from just a single negative experience. The most certain way to diagnose a flinch is to fool your muscles and brain into believing that you are about to fire live ammunition. The first and most important method of dealing with a flinch is lots of dry fire, or going through the motions of firing the gun when there is no live ammunition in it. As you focus sharply on the front sight during dry fire, you might notice that your front sight wobbles a bit. This is normal and expected, not something to worry about or fight against. Do not try to muscle the wobble away. The more you clench up, the worse the wobble becomes. Let the hammer fall or striker click surprise you every time. Some folks find that chanting front sight, front sight, front sight helps keep their minds from anticipating the shot. After the trigger breaks to the rear, do not take your finger off the trigger for at least 2 full seconds. Try to dry fire at least 5 or 10 minutes every day. Practice good follow-through. After the shot fires, continue holding the trigger completely to the rear while you line the sights back up and focus sharply on the front sight. Lay a penny across the top of the front sight and then dry fire as usual, trying not to knock the coin off of the front sight. Conclusion. This concludes our report on firearms accuracy. We hope you found a few guidelines by which you can greatly improve your aptitude while armed. If at all possible, we strongly urge you to seek out professional firearms training. Remember that the learning process for any given practice never ends. There is always room for improvement. In addition to seeking professional hands-on training, immerse yourself in books and other reading material that will help you build mental advantage and improve your state of readiness. Not to mention, make your hands-on training much more effective. Socialize with other people of a similar mindset. Compare strategies, train together, and stay safe. Your complete peace of mind starts here. Self-defense insurance for gun owners. You want safety and security for your family. You do anything to protect them. But did you know that you're still vulnerable to criminal charges and financial ruin even if you did everything right? Your USCCA membership arms you with the education, training, and self-defense insurance you need to protect your family with confidence. Because after all, doing the right thing shouldn't cost you everything. Your 3-step plan to becoming a confident and responsible gun owner today. Number 1, get protected by joining the USCCA. Number 2, rest assured knowing we have your back. Number 3, sharpen your skills so you're fully prepared. Join USCCA today for a complete peace of mind. www.getusccamembership.com or call our Wisconsin-based team at 877-677-1919. Chapter 6, Inside School Shootings, What We Have Learned. What have we learned about school shooters? Several months after the massacre in Newtown, Connecticut, my 7-year-old son asked me if I thought something like that could happen at his school, which happens to be a private Catholic school in my home city. I assured him that nothing like that would ever happen here, and that even if a bad guy did get into his school, our police department was so good and so fast that they would stop the bad guy before he hurt anyone. Of course, I was lying to him. I feel a bit more confident in my answers when I assure my son that terrorists will never again take over airplanes and fly them into buildings. But for that answer, I have a bit more to fall back on considering the response the nation took after 9/11 compared to its response after Newtown. After 9/11, the U.S. met the threat by installing sophisticated body scanners at airports, hardening cockpit doors with impenetrable steel, creating an armed pilot program, and expanding the armed air marshal program. The terrorists of 9/11 were fairly confident that if they couldn't bluff their way into the cockpit, they'd be able to breach the door where they'd find a defenseless crew tucked into their very own gun-free zone. Today, Al-Qaeda knows that even if a cockpit door could be breached, however unlikely, there is a high probability that the terrorist's last memory would be a muzzle flash as an armed pilot shot him in the face. A 9/11 response was needed after Newtown, but today, most of our schools remain as unprotected as they were the day before the Newtown tragedy. Too many public and private establishments remain undefended and even advertise the fact with gun-free zone signs, letting potential criminals or mass murderers know that no one there will stop them. We remain a nation where even members of the most virulent anti-gun groups have grown to not only accept, but expect armed guards to protect our banks, our museums, our airports, our politicians, and our celebrities. Yet they somehow find the thought of armed guards protecting our schools and our children abhorrent. In the words of John Cale, who pens DEFCON 1 for Concealed Carry magazine, if that's not misplaced priorities, I don't know what is. After the single lesson of 9/11, the nation went on a war footing and changed the way we protect our airports and our airplanes. But after the lessons of Columbine, Virginia Tech, and Newtown, the anti-gun forces have continued to ignore the obvious failures of gun-free zones and instead continue to propose a host of anti-gun bills, including renewed limits on magazine capacity and bans on sporting rifles, believing that the passage of these bills would limit future carnage of school shooters. But assuming that any limitation on gun type or magazine capacity would have limited or avoided the carnage caused by these shooters would be like assuming that the 9/11 attacks could have been avoided if box cutters had been banned before the attack. In this three-part series, I'll not only be looking at the magazine capacity argument in detail, I'll also look at whether gun-free zones figure into the planning of these mass murderers and whether victim response can affect the outcome. I'll summarize this series with a 4-point plan designed to eliminate the scourge of these murderers once and for all. To start, let's take a look at the magazine capacity argument. Is magazine capacity the real killer? It seems that before the blood is done drying after mass shootings, the anti-gun movement renews their rallying cry that the reason these monsters are able to murder so many victims in a short period of time is because of the rate of fire enabled by magazine capacities larger than 5 or 10 rounds, and by the nature of semi-automatic firearms. So that begs the question, exactly how many rounds can be fired per minute when using magazine capacities of 5 rounds, 10 rounds, or 30 rounds? And would a lower round capacity have affected the outcome at any mass shooting? To help answer that question, I ran a series of live fire tests using magazines topped off to those different round counts and using a moderate rate of fire of 2 rounds per second and a moderate magazine change rate of 3 seconds. The results are in the table below left. Having those baseline numbers, the "it's the magazine" crowd would have a strong argument if it could be demonstrated that mass shooters who used 30-round magazines had achieved a rate of fire of 100 rounds per minute or more, but unfortunately for them, the facts don't support their argument. The table below shows the actual rate of fire for the 4 most notorious school shooters. It clearly shows that their actual rate of fire is not only dramatically below what's possible with a moderate rate of fire using 30-round magazines, they are all less than 60% of a moderate rate of fire when using 5-round magazines. The same rate of fire is reflected in other mass shootings outside of schools, including the shooting at the Century Theater in Aurora, Colorado, and the shooting at Fort Hood. What we've learned. So here's what we know. Every recent mass shooter, going back to Columbine and including the deadliest shootings at Virginia Tech and Newtown, has shot at a rate of fire less than 60% of what's achievable with 5-round magazines and not more than 30% of what would be possible using 30-round magazines. Even James Holmes, the Aurora Theater shooter, who had a 100-round magazine, achieved a rate of fire no more than 8 to 14 rounds per minute, which is less than 15 to 25% of what would have been possible if he had brought 5-round magazines and left the 100-round magazine at home. Lanza, who entered Sandy Hook Elementary with 10 30-round magazines, didn't even take advantage of the larger capacity before reloading. 3 magazines were unused, and 4 others were left with 10, 11, 13, and 14 rounds remaining. So here's the problem with the magazine capacity argument. These killers are not using a high rate of fire. They're not even using a moderate rate of fire. Their rate of fire could be described as sluggish, no faster than a lever-action or bolt-action rifle. While the anti-gun crowd describes their rate of fire as being attainable only with military-style firearms and high-capacity magazines, their rate of fire is at or below one very well-known military firearm which advertised a sustained rate of fire of 30 rounds per minute. The problem is that firearm was the lever-action Henry rifle, popular among Union soldiers in the Civil War. Let me say that again. The rate of fire for the 6 shooters profiled above was no faster than the very first repeating rifle put into service 150 years ago. So if these shooters aren't depending upon magazine capacity or a high rate of fire to kill as many victims as possible, what are they depending upon to virtually guarantee their success? Looking at the tables containing the statistics on the 6 shooters again, the answer is obvious. It's not magazine capacity. It's the uninterrupted time these shooters have in gun-free zones. Time is the killer. The large number of victims killed during school shootings is not occurring because of magazine capacity or a high rate of fire. It is occurring because these shooters have each had 5 to 9 minutes or more of uninterrupted time to commit their murders before police are able to commit to an interior response. While the response time of police to the scenes of these crimes is often commendable, the police arrived outside the Aurora Theater an amazing 90 seconds after the first 911 calls came in. Arriving on the scene is one thing. Entering the building to stop the shooter is another. While the Aurora police were on scene 90 seconds after the first 911 calls, those calls weren't made until 2 minutes into the shooting, and the police didn't apprehend Holmes until 9 minutes after the shooting began. This isn't a knock on the police. It's the reality of what happens when the only good guys with guns are coming from miles away and who require at least several minutes to formulate a plan once arriving on scene. In the gun-free zones of our nation's schools, these shooters don't just believe, they know that a counterattack will only come from the outside, and they'll get a loud and dramatic warning of the upcoming counterattack as they hear sirens approaching from all directions. Those sirens tell them that they have at least another 4 minutes or more to kill any remaining victims before police enter the building. Again, they know that no counterattack will be launched from within the school walls. It isn't just what they believe, it's what they know to be true. And so do we. Are gun-free zones part of the problem? Much has been made of whether mass shooters gravitate toward gun-free zones and whether the elimination of schools as gun-free zones could have an effect. The anti-gun crowd has done much to try to dispel the notion that these killers seek out schools or other locations that ban guns. One anti-gun group even tried to dismiss the argument that Fort Hood was a gun-free zone by claiming that the base police who flooded the area and exchanged fire with shooter Nidal Malik Hassan proves that Fort Hood was not gun-free zone at all. But claiming that arriving police means an area isn't a gun-free zone, even though soldiers on base were barred from carrying personal firearms by base policy, is the argument of an idiot. It doesn't even deserve a response. Instead, let's look at the facts, and John Lott, author of More Guns, Less Crime, and The Bias Against Guns, has them. With just one single exception, the attack on Congresswoman Gabby Giffords in Tucson in 2011, every public school shooting since at least 1950 in the U.S. in which more than 3 people have been killed has taken place where citizens are not allowed to carry guns. Lott further notes that James Holmes, the Aurora Theater shooter, had at least 7 movie theaters to choose from, all within a 20-minute drive of his home, and all were showing The Dark Knight Rises. The Century Theater that Holmes settled on wasn't the closest, but it happened to be the only theater that posted no guns signs, while the other 6 theaters had no such declaration. Those no guns signs let Holmes know that he'd get the 5 to 9 minutes he needed. Regardless of what the anti-gun movement tries to push, the fact is that mass shooters actively seek out soft targets, and the vast majority of schools are soft targets. No history of a mass shooter fighting their way through hardened security exists. Signs, school policies, state statutes, glass doors, unlocked doors, and unarmed staff do not create hardened targets. What they create instead is the perfect environment for these deranged individuals to successfully carry out their plans. If we change the environment, we stand a chance at changing their plans. Just ask Al-Qaeda. What have we learned about school shooters? Part 2. Can victim response make a difference? In Part 1, I addressed the issue of magazine capacity head-on to determine whether a reduction in magazine capacity would have affected the outcome at any mass shooting. The answer is no. And I also looked at whether gun-free zones figure into the planning of these mass shooters. The answer is yes. In Part 2, I'm going to look at whether victim response can affect the outcome. And in the next issue, I'll summarize this series with a 4-point plan designed to eliminate the scourge of school shooters once and for all. School lockdowns, or how to make an easy target. While preparing this article, I called my 11-year-old son Jack into my home office and asked him to explain to me how lockdowns worked in his school. Jack said that the lockdown would be announced over the loudspeakers and that his teacher would lock the door, cover the window, and then we all gather on one side of the room. Like a big target, I asked. Jack answered with a smile. Yeah, sort of, like a big target. I continued. What would you do next if you knew there was a shooter in the school? Jack was momentarily stumped, but he replied, nothing. We just wait in our classroom and hope that the shooter goes to someone else's classroom instead of ours. Jack made that last comment without ill intent or meanness, but it struck me as incredibly sad that the best hope my son would have if a shooter entered his school would be that some of his schoolmates would die instead of him while waiting for the police response. The idea of having students actively participate in defending the classroom had never entered the mind of the school administrators. And instead, they seemed to be relying on the hope that local law enforcement would end the attack before any students were harmed. In Part 1 of this series, I pointed out how futile that hope actually is. So that begs the question, have the intended victims at any mass shooting affected the outcome by their own actions, including whether they chose to fight back or flee? And what is the profile of the typical mass shooter during the incident itself? Are these firearms experts? Are they novices? Are they making intelligent tactical choices, or are they making major blunders that can be exploited? Let's start with the second question first. While much has been said about the profiles of these shooters before the shootings, and to be honest, I don't give a rat's ass whether these shooters are loners or spent their spare time playing Grand Theft Auto, all I care about is that they're killing our kids. Not much has been reported about their profiles during the shooting. Here's what we know. These shooters typically have some familiarity with firearms, but are not experts. Most recently bought or stole the firearm and have little or no practice. When their firearm malfunctions, they typically switch firearms rather than clear the problem. Reloads are slow, or magazines are dropped during the reload attempt. The shooters fire at what could be termed a sluggish rate of fire. In most cases, no faster than is attainable with a bolt-action or lever-action rifle. Not since Charles Whitman shot and killed 16 people from the clock tower at the University of Texas in 1966 have school shooters used precise aimed fire. Instead, they target victims at point shooting distances. The shooters typically have a complete lack of situational awareness and make no use of their environment. They are either focused on chasing down a specific victim or methodically moving down a line of victims rather than identifying and using cover or watching angles of approach. They're not watching their six. They will typically abandon one set of targets for an easier set of targets. They do not have an escape plan. They will commit suicide when one of two things happens. They run out of victims, or they believe they are about to be shot by armed responders. The facts above can be exploited to save lives, including the fact that these shooters will give up one set of targets for an easier set of targets. To demonstrate that, and to show how victim response has affected the outcome, let's take a look at one of the most infamous school shootings, which occurred at Virginia Tech in April of 2007. Virginia Tech, a case study. As I explained in Part 1, Virginia Tech shooter Xuanwei Cho was able to murder 30 students and teachers by taking advantage of 11 uninterrupted minutes in the gun-free zone of Norris Hall. During his 11-minute siege, Cho entered or attempted to enter 5 separate classrooms, as shown in the diagram. You'll note that the classrooms are grouped by how the students responded to Cho's attack. Group 1 shows classrooms where the students and professor proactively defended their classroom from the outset by barricading the door. Group 2 shows classrooms that did not proactively mount a defense during any moment of the attack. And Group 3 shows classrooms where students failed to initially form a defense but who regrouped and then actively worked to barricade their classroom door. That diagram clearly shows that the outcome was not consistent among the 5 classrooms, and that when students and their professors actively mounted a defense, their chances of survival dramatically improved, and not just by a small margin. This is a classic example of how mass shooters will switch from one set of targets to another set of targets. The students in classroom 205 didn't need to disable or kill Cho. All they needed to do was to delay his entry long enough for him to become frustrated and move on to a new set of targets. Cho knew the clock was ticking, and he wasn't about to waste more than a few seconds trying to gain access to any one classroom. The result was that everyone in classroom 205 lived. Defensive versus offensive response. Although the students and professors in classrooms 204, 205, and 207 took, or eventually took, defensive action by barricading their classroom doors, no evidence exists showing that any student in any classroom took any offensive measures, such as throwing objects at Cho, striking him with objects, or attempting to tackle him. One student from room 211 was even quoted as saying that he was waiting for it to be his turn to be shot. Although that student heard Cho reload 3 times, he failed to use that opportunity to flee the classroom or to make a counterattack on Cho, and instead decided to continue to wait for it to be his turn to die. Please understand that I am not blaming the victims by this analysis. Rather, I'm simply attempting to understand what we might take away from the volumes of data that were recorded about this incident. If anything, the evidence points out that our school's zero-tolerance policies have so systematically conditioned our nation's students to never fight back that the outcome of these shootings is a foregone conclusion. That has to change. Virginia Tech isn't the only mass shooting where potential victims failed to fight back offensively. During the Aurora, Colorado theater shooting, many survivors were quoted as saying that they sent out tweets or texts rather than calling 911. Although shooter James Holmes' firearm jammed, and he was unable to clear it, no one did so much as throw a bucket of popcorn at him as he switched to a secondary gun. So how about mass shootings where the victims did fight back offensively? In case after case, it can be shown that an active response by bystanders can end these mass shootings early, effectively saving countless lives. Examples include May 21, 1998, Thurston High School, Springfield, Oregon. Recently suspended student Kip Kinkle enters the school with 2 pistols and a .22 caliber rifle. Kinkle fires a total of 50 rounds from his rifle, striking 37 people and killing 2. When Kinkle attempts to reload, student Jacob Riker, who has already been wounded, tackles Kinkle, and 6 other students join in to assist. The 7 students restrain Kinkle until police arrive on the scene. Although Kinkle was carrying a total of 1,127 rounds of ammunition, the proactive and aggressive counterattack by students ended the attack after Kinkle had fired less than 5% of his total ammunition supply. January 16, 2002, Appalachian School of Law. Shooter Peter Adigazua shoots and kills a student and 2 faculty members, but is then stopped by students Tracy Bridges and Mikhail Gross, who retrieve their personal firearms from their vehicles. December 9, 2007, New Life Church, Colorado Springs. Shooter Matthew Murray opens fire in the church parking lot, injuring 3 people and killing 2. After entering the church, Murray is shot multiple times by Gene Assam, a concealed carry permit holder and security volunteer. Police reports indicate that after being seriously wounded by Assam, Murray killed himself with a shotgun. Police reports also indicate that Murray had in his possession over 1,000 rounds of ammunition and that approximately 7,000 people were on the church campus at the time of the shooting. The actions of Gene Assam undoubtedly saved countless lives. January 8, 2011, Tucson, Arizona. Shooter Jared Lochner fires 31 rounds into a crowd attending a constituent meeting hosted by Representative Gabrielle Giffords at the La Toscana Village Mall just outside of Tucson, Arizona. When attempting to reload, Lochner drops the magazine. While one bystander fights Lochner for the dropped magazine, 3 other bystanders tackle Lochner to the ground, including 74-year-old retired Army Colonel Bill Badger, who is wounded, Joseph Zamudio, and Roger Salzberger. Although 6 innocent people lost their lives during this shooting, far more would have been injured or killed if it weren't for the proactive and aggressive actions of Lochner's potential victims. What we've learned. An active response by potential victims affects the outcome. That active response might be barricading a door, fighting back, or running away, but in all cases, survival jumps exponentially. Fighting back as a team significantly affects the shooter's ability to continue his attack. Those facts are reflected in the Department of Homeland Security's new program on surviving an active shooter. Never heard of the program? That's not a surprise, because the program openly advocates fighting back, which isn't something that the national media is likely to help promote. The program teaches that there are 3 things you can do that will make a difference during an attack: hide, flee, or fight. The Hide, Flee, Fight program teaches that if evacuation or hiding are not possible, then action should be taken against the shooter. The program states, as a last resort, and only when your life is in imminent danger, attempt to disrupt and or incapacitate the shooter by acting as aggressively as possible against him, her, throwing items and improvising weapons, yelling, committing to your actions. While the program doesn't specifically take a stance one way or another on whether firearms in the hands of potential victims would change the outcome, it is significant that the department recommends fighting back at all. Had this approach been taught to the students at Virginia Tech, it's likely that even if Cho hadn't been incapacitated by his potential victims, any aggressive action on the part of the students would have disrupted Cho's plans long enough for law enforcement to make entry. Remember that the typical length of time that mass shooting events last is only 5 to 9 minutes, or in Cho's case, 11 minutes, since he had chained and padlocked several doors. The students in classrooms 204, 206, 207, and 211 didn't necessarily need to incapacitate Cho. All they needed to do was to buy themselves several minutes of time to allow law enforcement to make their entry, as did the students in classroom 205. What could they have done? As soon as it was apparent that a shooter was in the building, the students could have immediately piled tables, chairs, bookshelves, or any other barrier objects in front of the door. Each student could have then picked up a chair, a book, a coffee mug, their shoes, or any of the hundreds of other objects that would have been in the classroom. If Cho was able to breach the barriers and enter their classroom, the students could have thrown these objects at his head and torso, screaming at the top of their lungs, committing to their actions until the threat was over. If Cho went down, still in possession of his firearms, the students could have beaten him into unconsciousness with chairs or their fists. Sound pretty brutal? The alternative wasn't just brutal. It was the deaths of 30 innocent people. What have we learned about school shooters? Part 3. What should change? A 4-point plan. In Part 1, I addressed the issue of magazine capacity head-on to determine whether a reduction in magazine capacity would have affected the outcome at any school or other mass shooting. The answer is no. I also looked at whether gun-free zones figure into the planning of these mass murders. The answer is yes. In Part 2, I looked at whether victim response made a difference in any mass shooting. In other words, does it make a difference when potential victims fight back? The answer is a resounding yes, which reflects the Department of Homeland Security's new program on surviving an active shooter. The program teaches potential victims of a mass shooting to hide, flee, fight. Yes, believe it or not, the U.S. government is telling you that you don't need to be an easy victim. In this article, I'll summarize this series with a 4-point plan designed to eliminate the scourge of school shooters once and for all. A 4-point plan. So we've learned a lot from school and other mass shootings, but that begs the question, what should change? Well, a lot should change. Point number 1, harden school and classroom doors. Let's face it, the security at most of our nation's schools is not just poor, it's abysmal. 2 years after Sandy Hook and 7 years after Virginia Tech, if you were to ask your local school administrators the types of questions on my school security checklist, page 13, you'd most likely receive an answer of no for every question, or a look of embarrassment. While we don't necessarily have the money to institute airport-level security at school entrances, we do have the money to plug these major gaps in security. If you are a parent or a teacher, take a copy of this checklist to your school and ask your school administrators to answer these questions. Unless every answer is a resounding yes, you'll need to make the argument that these items can no longer be delayed or ignored. Lives literally depend on it. Although all of the items on the checklist are important, simply hardening up the main entrance of schools will have an effect. FEMA reported that 74% of mass shooters enter their target zone through the front door, as was done at the 4 school shootings I profiled in my first article. Although Sandy Hook Elementary did have a security door blocking entry from the lobby to the interior of the school, that security door was made of glass. While it was good for appearances, it had no effect on actually stopping shooter Adam Lanza as he shot his way through it. Other good intentions that ultimately failed at Sandy Hook included the fact that a lockdown was never called from the front office, predominantly due to the fact that the shooting began just outside the office doors. That indicates that schools must have multiple methods of ordering a lockdown, which might include launching a pre-recorded message initiated by pressing a necklace fob worn by multiple staff throughout the school. The final failure at Sandy Hook was the most devastating. Although all of the classrooms did have lockable doors, the locks required that a key be used, even when locking the door from the inside. In the aftermath, it was discovered that all of the classroom doors were locked, except for classrooms 8 and 10, the 2 classrooms where Lanza murdered the majority of his victims, and that keys were found on the floor next to one of the murdered teachers. Any delay in locking the classroom doors may be fatal, and looking for a key creates just a delay. Lockdown drills must not only be procedurally correct, they must also be fast. How fast? A good test for every teacher in every school would be to see how quickly a healthy runner could sprint from the closest school entrance to your classroom. If that can be done in 5 seconds, then you have 4 seconds to get your students into the classroom and secure the door. While the defensive measures listed in the checklist might sound ineffective, a determined attacker should be able to eventually breach a locked door, right? Remember from my first article in this series that school shooters know that they'll have just 5 to 9 minutes to complete their attack before the police will make entry. Delaying a shooter for even 1 to 2 minutes is enough to either force the shooter to move on to try a different target or to end their life. The students in classroom 205 in Virginia Tech didn't need to delay shooter Sweng-Wee Cho for hours or even minutes. When Cho was unable to breach the door that students had barricaded with tables, he gave up in seconds and moved back to the classrooms where no such barricades had been erected. If Virginia Tech had installed deadbolts and backup locks on their classroom doors, it's very likely that every student in classrooms 204, 207, and 211 would have survived. And if the school had instituted point number 2, it's very likely that many of the students in classroom 206, the first room attacked, would have survived as well. Point number 2. Teach students to fight back. During lockdown drills, students must be taught to do more than simply huddle on one side of the classroom. Instead, they must be taught to fight back, and fight back aggressively. If a shooter enters their classroom, fight back aggressively. During lockdown drills, schools must implement, or teachers can improvise, counterattack plans by instructing students to spread out, pick up any object, and hold it back in a thrower's stance in preparation for an attacker making entry. For younger kids, the object might be a book, a stapler, their shoes, or a glue stick. Older students should be taught to pick up chairs or other heavier objects. Any object thrown at an attacker will break his momentum, which may cause him to back out of the classroom. Schools should go as far as acting through simulated counterattacks by providing students with soft rubber objects that can be thrown at mock attackers, making entry through the doors, for example. Not only would that exercise make lockdown drills less frightening, it would also begin to build the proper neural pathways that not only is fighting back okay, it is necessary and expected. For junior high through college kids, students should be taught to defend and attack as a team by immediately locking the door and barricading it with the designated cabinet or bookshelf and striking the shooter with hardened objects to the head and torso if he makes entry. If you're a teacher, you'll also need to include a baseball bat or other incapacitating tool in your classroom. If a shooter enters your classroom, you not only have the legal right, you have the moral obligation to use deadly force to stop him. Huddling with your kids on one side of the classroom whispering, "Everything is going to be okay," is not living up to that obligation. Point number 3, arming educators. If we really want to stop school attackers in their tracks, we must institute an armed educator program similar to the armed pilot program. Allowing school staff to carry concealed firearms as official security is a sensitive topic, so I'm ready to propose a number of compromises on the issue, including requiring weapons retention and advanced handgun training, in addition to state-mandated concealed carry training for participants in the program. This could be modeled after the armed pilot program, but should not require more than 2 weeks of training. Passing a physical agility test to enter the program. Securing firearms in level 3 holsters to minimize the fear that unruly students might attempt to grab the firearms. In addition to including traditional firearms and ammunition in the program, I'd propose that simunition firearms and ammunition be included as well. This option would certainly attract more educators into the program. And mass shooters are unlikely to know the difference between the sound of or pain inflicted by simunition rounds versus live rounds. If you've ever been hit by a simunition round, you know what I mean. We need to keep in mind what the end game of these shooters is. The moment they believe a counterattack is occurring, they'll end their own life. Interestingly, there may be another significant benefit of allowing teachers to choose simunition firearms over traditional firearms. Knowing that they will only inflict pain rather than death on the shooter or innocent bystanders, they may be much more likely to immediately commit to a response rather than hesitating as they might with a traditional firearm and ammunition. Picture what might have changed at Sandy Hook if Principal Don Hochsprung and school psychologist Mary Sherlach had closed in on Lanza, firing simunition rounds at his head and torso as fast as their fingers could pull the triggers instead of simply shouting, "Stay put," as Principal Hochsprung was reported to have done. Lanza would either have ended his life immediately, or he would have collapsed into the fetal position as his body was racked with impact after painful impact. Even if Lanza had recovered his senses long enough to continue his attack, the disruption of his momentum would certainly have bought the teachers in classrooms 8 and 10 enough time to lock their doors, and it could have bought the police the few minutes they needed to make entry. So why haven't we implemented a program like this already? It's because the anti-gun crowd and liberal politicians, is there a difference, want you to believe that a physically fit teacher wearing a level 3 holster who's been trained in weapons retention and use of force is more dangerous to your children than a school shooter who walks through the front door loaded down with multiple firearms and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. We need to politely disagree. Point number 4. End gun-free zone policies at schools. Finally, we need to reverse public policies and public statements of schools as gun-free zones once and for all. While the Armed Educator Program takes a massive step in this direction, our ultimate goal, which admittedly will require more time, needs to be the elimination of schools from the banned location lists on state concealed carry laws and the repeal of the Gun-Free School Zones Act of 1990. The No Guns Allowed sign is what drove Aurora Theater shooter James Holmes to that particular theater when other theaters were closer to his home, and our nation's schools all carry that same virtual blinking neon light stating, "No one in here will stop you." Which sign do you think would cause these mass shooters to reconsider their plans? A No Guns Allowed sign taped to a glass door, or a sign declaring multiple armed personnel on the property will use deadly force to protect our children and our staff, taped to a reinforced steel door? Now the reality check. Nothing will convince school boards to institute any of my 4 points, so here is my plan to stack the argument in our favor. I'd like to challenge every concealed carry instructor in the country to do 3 things. First, offer a free class at least once per year to any teacher, school administrator, school staff member, or school board member who is willing to learn. Second, If you have school-age children, let it be known that you are a concealed carry instructor and provide an open invitation for any parent at your children's school to take a class from you for free. You might give up a few dollars, but you'll be doing your school an incredible service. Third, include the data points from this series in every class you teach. I've captured everything in this series in a PowerPoint presentation. Email me at michael@uscca.com, and it's yours. I'm a huge believer that education is key to winning this argument, and if we educate from within, the blanket statements of guns in schools are bad or we need to balance security with access are going to begin sounding more and more ridiculous. The more teachers and parents who are educated with these facts, the more likely it is that one or more of them will stand up and hit the BS buzzer the next time they hear, "It's the magazines," at their next PTA or teacher development workshop. At those types of meetings, the typical argument from school administrators against securing schools and allowing armed personnel on the premises is twofold. 1, schools need to balance security versus access, and 2, armed personnel will scare children. Those arguments are bunk. No one makes the access versus security argument about airplane cockpits or the secure area of airports. Children also know the difference between a gun in the hands of a bad guy and a gun in the hands of a good guy, and teachers are included in kids' versions of a good guy list. A gun in the hands of a bad guy equals danger, while a gun in the hands of a good guy equals safety. Similarly, children aren't afraid of lockable doors or other active security measures. Those things say, "This place is secure. You'll be safe here." A trip through security and the sight of armed police at the airport doesn't frighten children. If anything, it brings on a sense of comfort, especially if your children are aware of 9/11. How secure would your children or you feel if the extent of airport security was a "No guns allowed" sign posted at each entrance and a glass cockpit door? Finally, think about how this argument would change if it were Al-Qaeda committing these crimes instead of unbalanced domestic terrorists. The argument of magazine capacity would dry up overnight, and any politician voting against an armed educator program would have to wait until the next election to be booted from office. They'd be thrown from office in mass recall elections supported by both Republicans and Democrats. If we implemented my 4-point plan across the nation, we'd very likely find that mass shootings at schools would simply end, and here's why. School shooters want to commit their horrible crimes and then end their lives painlessly by their own hands. That's not just a theory of mine. The FBI agrees. 42% of all mass shooters and 70% of school shooters commit suicide on sight. Their planning goes something like this. A, record and upload a vile video to YouTube or write a rambling manifesto explaining why they hate the world. B, enter a gun-free zone and shoot as many innocent children as they can in 5 to 9 minutes. Continue shooting until they hear sirens. C, die painlessly by their own hands. Implementing these 4 points will either get these shooters to give up their plan entirely or just skip B and go directly to part C. I don't care which route they take. I just want them to skip part B. When these potential murderers understand that they have no hope of breaking through secured school or classroom doors, know that their mission will end in utter failure, and realize that their death will be agonizing as they're shot by multiple armed school personnel, then, and only then, will this national nightmare end. Chapter 7. True Justification. What gives you the right to use deadly force? More often than not, the first question someone new to the world of concealed carry will ask is, "When can I shoot?" It's a good question. It is perhaps the best question a gun owner can ask because it shows true concern over the legal use of deadly force. That one question separates law-abiding gun owners from criminals. The answer to the question is, sadly, mired in confusion and misinformation, thanks in part to a patchwork of laws across the country. The single most important thing you can do as someone who carries a concealed weapon is to understand the laws surrounding the use of force in your state. There will be subtle nuances which could mean huge differences in how court proceedings are handled if you are ever involved in a deadly force incident. The information presented here is general and should not be used as legal advice, but it will give you a solid foundation and show you just how specific some elements of self-defense law can be. Let's begin by pointing out that in most cases, you can't simply say to responding police officers, I was in fear for my life and hope that you won't have any legal issues surrounding your use of force. What you must do is be able to effectively articulate why you chose to use force. Doing so requires a working knowledge of the laws surrounding deadly force. We will use the deadly force statutes for Wisconsin, the home state of the United States Concealed Carry Association. First up, we must define deadly force. Wisconsin State Statute 939.48 covers the use of deadly force and defines it as the intentional use of a firearm or other instrument, the use of which would cause a high probability of death. As far as legal wording goes, this section is pretty straightforward, but there are some very important words included. The first thing you must note is that deadly force must be intentional. Next up is the word firearm. In Wisconsin and most other places, the use of a firearm is always considered deadly force. But what we are looking for is the legal use of deadly force. In order for an honest, law-abiding citizen to legally use deadly force, it must be justified. In Wisconsin, deadly force can be used against any action which has caused or imminently threatens to cause death or great bodily harm to you or another person or persons. Now, bring in the lawyers. You may use deadly force, but the threat you face must be imminent. What makes a threat imminent? For a threat to be imminent, the aggressor must have three things: a weapon, intent, a delivery system. And the definitions get even more in-depth. Weapon. Your attacker does not need to have a gun, nor does he need to have a knife or a club. A disparity of force can be enough of a weapon to prompt the use of deadly force by the victim of an assault or threatened assault. If a 250-pound MMA fighter decides he is going to attack a 105-pound fashion model, the fighter's actions could reasonably be expected to cause death or great bodily harm to the smaller person. The use of deadly force may be justified if the other elements are also present. Intent. Intent may be implied or stated. Act accordingly if an attacker says, "I'm going to kill you." At that point, the attacker's intent is pretty well established. But intent can also be shown without words. If the same MMA fighter from the previous scenario approached and continued to approach even after being directed to stay back, one can reasonably believe the intent is to cause harm, if the other elements are also present. Delivery system. If your attacker has a weapon and intent, but no means to make good on the threat, he therefore has no delivery system, and the threat is not imminent. A hypothetical example of the lack of a delivery system would be a man on the far side of a street, confined to a wheelchair, waving a machete, threatening to kill anyone who comes near him. He has a weapon. He has intent, but he has no means to make good on the threat. Using deadly force against this threat would be illegal. If the same man is armed with a firearm, he presents a deadly threat because the range of a firearm is line of sight unbroken by cover. There are, of course, other considerations to that final scenario. Could you get away from the threat? Do you really want to fire in that situation? Are you required to retreat in your state? Remember, deadly force should only be used as a last resort. Even if you can use deadly force legally, you must consider the consequences that will follow. The legal ramifications surrounding the use of deadly force do not stop with just the use of force, but also include the level or amount of force you use. The legal system prefers that you use the least amount of force possible. Your goal in using force is not to kill your attacker, but to simply stop the threat. In order to stop the threat effectively, the level of force you use may cause death, but again, that is not the goal. The goal is simply make the attacker stop his violent attack. To that end, once the threat is stopped, your use of deadly force must also stop. You are not allowed to use deadly force once you have stopped the deadly threat. In short, once the threat stops, you must stop shooting. We cannot stress strongly enough that all three elements must be present for a threat to be considered imminent. In most cases, if the threat is missing even one of these elements, you may not use deadly force to face that threat. There may be other requirements put in place by your state. Some states require that you make a reasonable attempt to retreat. Some states utilize castle doctrine laws, which direct the court to consider any attacker in your home as an automatic deadly threat. It is your responsibility as a gun owner to know the laws of your jurisdiction. The legal ramifications of using a firearm in self-defense can be overwhelming. You must remember that if your attacker dies as a result of the force you used, you will become the target of a homicide investigation. If you act within the laws of your jurisdiction, the results of that investigation will show your actions to be legally justified. The definition of deadly force: the intentional use of a firearm or other instrument the use of which would cause a high probability of death. The justification for the use of deadly force: any action which has caused or imminently threatens to cause death or great bodily harm to you or another person or persons. The three things that make a threat imminent: 1. Weapon. 2. Intent. 3. Delivery system. Chapter 8. Why Stand Your Ground Matters, by John Cale. The attacks on stand your ground laws in Florida and elsewhere are becoming more numerous. This is dangerous because so many people are woefully ignorant about what such laws do, and more importantly, what they don't do. One critic called Florida's law a hunting license and hysterically proclaimed on national TV that you can shoot someone and all you have to do is tell police you were defending yourself and the cops can't even detain you. But not one person on the panel challenged him, leaving the casual viewer wondering if his statement might actually be true. Absurd? Of course. Anyone familiar with police procedures understands that they can pretty much detain any person for any reason for as much as 72 hours, depending on the circumstances. But most people have little or no knowledge regarding law enforcement practices. Surprisingly, some on our side often exhibit the same ignorance. I was in a Minnesota gun store in 2012, shortly after the Trayvon Martin shooting, and overheard a conversation about the case. One gentleman stated with absolute conviction that in Florida, they got stand your ground law, and you can shoot some dude and it don't matter because they can't prosecute you. You got immunity. Reality is quite different. FindLaw.com is an excellent resource that I often use for basic legal information. They provide a quick reference guide to states with stand your ground laws, as well as those with some form of duty to retreat. But statutes are merely the tip of the legal iceberg and tell little about how such laws are implemented in the day-to-day administration of the criminal legal system. From the cop on the street to the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury, the law is complex and always being interpreted. True, George Zimmerman never even invoked stand your ground in his defense. But given the notoriety of the Zimmerman-Martin case and the opposition to stand your ground that has resulted, it's probably a good idea to look at Florida's law as an example. The new law codified in Florida statutes 776.013 states, a person who is not engaged in an unlawful activity and who is attacked in any other place where he or she has a right to be has no duty to retreat and has the right to stand his or her ground and meet force with force, including deadly force if he or she reasonably believes it is necessary to do so to prevent death or great bodily harm to himself or herself or another, or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony. The highlighted words, especially that tiny little word if, are critical, so I set about finding someone who could give me a good understanding of how stand your ground actually works in real life. I contacted a friend in Florida whose guidance led me to Tim Hessinger, a top-notch Florida criminal attorney. Tim has significant courtroom experience in self-defense cases, both as a defense lawyer and as a former state prosecutor for 15 years. Tim is also a past president of the Pinellas County Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. In other words, someone who actually knows what he's talking about. According to Tim, the Florida legislature has, in 2006, enacted a law that permits you to stand your ground anywhere, anytime you are attacked. No longer must you take the risk of retreating from an attacker before protecting yourself. The protection given by the law is the highest protection, immunity from prosecution. I was stunned. Could that seemingly clueless guy in the gun store have been right? But as I've learned from experience, things are never as simple as they seem, and it pays to keep reading, because Tim then warns that preemptive action is often necessary to prevent charges from being filed or dismissed if they have been filed already. Now comes the really important part. With proper legal representation, you may be entitled to immunity from prosecution for any harm, even death, which you inflict as a result of your efforts to lawfully defend yourself. The procedure for obtaining a dismissal of criminal charges is complex and uncertain. The law is in its infancy, and the various courts are struggling with its application. With this much uncertainty, your legal team must be thoroughly familiar with the new law, all district court interpretations, and the very purposes behind enactment of the new law. Note the use of cautionary, highly qualified language, not to mention the lack of any guarantee that everything will turn out to your benefit. This is the reality of criminal law, especially when it comes to self-defense that involves a lethal outcome. Finally, Tim references how even within the state of Florida, there is no universal agreement in the courts on how to handle a stand your ground case. Around the state of Florida, the appellate courts have been wrestling with the proper procedure for pursuing a claim of immunity. The First District Court of Appeal has embraced an evidentiary hearing permitting the trial court to weigh and confront factual disputes to render a ruling. See Peterson. However, the Fourth District Court of Appeal has ruled that when the state files a proper traverse, the defendant's motion for dismissal must be denied by the trial court and the case proceeds to trial. The Second District Court of Appeal affirmed the denial of a motion to dismiss based on Florida Statute 776.032, immunity, but does not comment on procedure. The Florida Supreme Court has not yet issued an opinion on the proper procedure for asserting an immunity claim in pretrial litigation. That last line tells the story. Stand your ground is not a hunting license, but neither is it a legal Kevlar vest. It is simply a claim. Granting it is never automatic, certainly not without at least a hearing to investigate the facts of the case. All of the common law rules of self-defense still apply. For example, if you were the aggressor, you're unlikely to prevail. Now, most of us avoid conflict, and we'd likely try to escape a dangerous situation before using deadly force anyway. So why do we need stand your ground? Simple. Because without it, prosecutors routinely and often egregiously abuse the concept of retreat, arguing that unless the defendant used every outrageous and sometimes virtually impossible option to run, crawl, hide, go through a door, or otherwise escape a situation, they cannot claim self-defense. Stand your ground is not a cure-all, but it does provide us with an additional layer of defense. Additionally, in Florida and some other states, immunity from civil suits for things such as wrongful death is included. A person who uses force is justified in using such force and is immune from criminal prosecution and civil action for the use of such force under Florida statutes. Without such protections, a lawsuit could easily cost you everything you own, even if you were acquitted or worse, never even charged. If your state has stand your ground, defend it. If they don't, advocate for it. Stand your ground must become the law of the land, everywhere. Chapter 9. How to choose your best gun. 15 great concealed carry handguns. 15 great guns for concealed carry by Kevin Michalowski, Executive Editor, Concealed Carry Magazine. Choosing a pistol or revolver for concealed carry is a very personal decision. No self-respecting firearms instructor should ever tell you which gun you must carry. The choice is yours and yours alone, and it should only be made after much study and careful consideration of your needs and your lifestyle. To that end, we at Concealed Carry Magazine continually offer up facts and insight into handguns currently on the market. We can tell you what works and how it works, but we can't tell you if it will fit your hand, be comfortable on your hip, or how you will react to the recoil. All of that is up to you. What follows are 15 sidearms that we have found to be effective and capable for use as everyday defensive guns. This is not a complete list of appropriate options, but merely a representative sample. We have included technical specifications from the manufacturers and a short paragraph or two about the features and benefits we and others find interesting about these handguns. The firearms listed here are presented in no particular order. All will work for you when your life is on the line. The gun is simply a tool. Your willingness to seek out training and hone the skills needed to defend yourself will have a far greater impact in your personal defense plan than will the selection of a firearm. But the firearm is important. The reason the firearm is so important is that in order for your training to be of any value, you must have with you when you need them the tools to implement that training. That means you need to pick out a firearm you will carry with you every day. Your firearm must be one that is comfortable to fire so that you will not find an excuse to avoid training. It must be of a type and style that encourages you to become familiar with its operation and maintenance. Above all, you must feel completely comfortable with your defensive firearm. This means, as I said at the beginning, selecting a firearm is a very personal choice. I encourage you to try as many pistols as you possibly can before making your decision. What we give you with this list is a good place to start. You can see the technical data and read a little bit about each gun. The rest is up to you. Car P380. Extremely thin, lightweight, and almost minuscule, the P380 pistol from Car, chambered for the 380 ACP cartridge, is a high-quality, striker-fired gun that's easy to carry and shoot, comfortably fitting even the smallest hands and frames. Holding 6 rounds in its magazine, plus 1 round chambered, this pocket pistol is safe to carry with a chambered round, especially when you consider its long 5.25-pound trigger pull. The easy-to-use sights are an added bonus to this ideal concealed carry pistol that's perfect for individuals who want to defend themselves but still remain discreet. Smith & Wesson Shield. The Shield is the single-stack addition to the M&P line from Smith & Wesson. The pistol was released to great fanfare with a large marketing campaign, and by all accounts has lived up to the hype. With a polymer frame and striker-fired action, it has all the earmarks of a modern fighting pistol. Unlike other members of the M&P line, the Shield does not offer interchangeable grips, but can be had with an extended magazine to give an additional round. Walther PPS. Walther has a long history of making slim, concealable defensive pistols, and the PPS just keeps adding to that legacy. This striker-fired pistol comes in both 9mm and 40 Smith & Wesson, and offers a variety of magazine lengths, moving the 9mm capacity from 6 to 8 rounds. At less than an inch wide, this is a true carry pistol built for concealment. Fit and finish are what you would expect from Walther, and the ergonomics are outstanding. One thing to consider with this pistol is the location of the magazine release. Instead of the traditional button behind the trigger, the Walther PPS release is a small lever integral with the bottom of the trigger guard. It's not an issue unless you don't know where to look for it. Beretta Nano. This is the polymer pocket 9 from Beretta. Solid and well built, the Nano is made for concealment and close-range work, yet it still sports decent 3-dot sights. It is a bit heavier than some small pocket pistols, but the weight is not intolerable during all-day carry. With a sight radius of almost 5 inches, this pistol is still capable of excellent accuracy. Kimber Solo. This little striker-fired Kimber comes in 4 different models to meet the demands of every shooter. This is a slimline pocket pistol with all the great features and craftsmanship common to Kimber products. Well built and ready for action, it is a small gun that nearly disappears when concealed. The Kim Pro finish makes it nearly impervious to the elements. Glock 26. The Glock design has rapidly become the standard among police agencies across the country, meaning it was a short trip from full-size duty pistol to ultra-compact concealed carry gun. Double-stack Glock pistols come in 3 basic sizes. The smallest of these is commonly called the Baby Glock and comes in all the standard calibers. Specifications shown here are for the 9mm. Other calibers will vary slightly. The Glock is a simple, robust, and supremely reliable design. The polymer frame makes the pistol lightweight and durable, while the patented Tenifer coating on the steel components makes the pistol nearly maintenance-free. With its record of proven reliability, the Glock pistol, regardless of size or caliber, remains a favorite among those who carry concealed. Taurus Millennium PT-111. The Millennium is often overlooked, but sports a host of features not found on other pistols this size, and especially not in this price range. This little double-stack gun holds 12 rounds in the magazine and includes a great double single-action trigger system that allows for second strike capability. It also sports a frame-mounted manual safety, and its ergonomics are excellent for a small carry pistol. SIG P238. SIG's P238 is a solid entry into the pocket pistol market. At less than a pound, it is a lightweight pistol that conceals easily and carries well. The frame is hard anodized black and the slide is natural stainless, making for a striking combination. The SIG Light night sights, optional, are supremely useful in low-light situations. Magazine capacity is 6, but autos are easier to reload than revolvers, so a spare magazine will provide extra insurance. Charter Arms Undercover. There is nothing fancy about Charter Arms. Their revolvers are solid, classically styled handguns built to work. You won't see lots of brightly polished surfaces on a Charter revolver, but what you will see are American-built elements of a value-priced gun that will save your life when called upon to do so. Offered in a wide variety of calibers and styles, the Charter Arms revolver is the type of handgun that will do what you need when you need it done. Colt Mustang. It looks like a 1911, only smaller. The Colt Mustang is the .380 version of the venerable Combat Classic. Slim and trim, this little pistol brings 6 rounds of .380 ACP to the fight while remaining concealed and out of the way. The pistol runs on the traditional single-action cocked and locked system using the Colt Series 80 firing system. The Mustang has been around for a while, and Colt has made many changes over the years, making the latest versions of this pistol reliable and effective defensive weapons. Ruger LCP. Ruger's auto-loading pistols used to be thought of as bulky, clunky, and difficult to carry. Not any longer. The LCP is built around the .380 ACP and features a glass-filled nylon frame for lightweight strength. The shrouded hammer offers easy draw from a pocket or purse, and with a width of just 0.82 inches, the LCP nearly disappears in a pocket holster or IWB carry rig. Stainless steel and black nylon may not be the most elegant combination, but this little pistol is a great value for a defensive handgun. Ruger LCR-X. What the LCP is to the small auto pistol, the LCR-X is to revolvers. The X designation means this revolver carries an external hammer as opposed to the concealed hammer of the plain Jane LCR. The LCR-X is rated for +P ammo, yet still sports Ruger's modern lightweight cylinder design. The LCR-X weighs in at 13.5 ounces, perfect for all-day carry. Shooters who want the option of cocking the hammer for single-action fire have it with this little revolver. Cal-Tech P11. The Cal-Tech P11 is an amazing value in a defensive firearm. It is one of the most affordable double-stacked 9mm pistols on the market, and its reliability is legendary. What you don't get with Cal-Tech is a lot of high polish. Still, the matte finish and the polymer frame do not impact reliability or service. This is a hard-working gun for someone who expects great value. The pistol shown here has been stippled by the owner for increased purchase of the grip frame. Smith & Wesson J-Frame Model 442. At just 15 ounces, the Model 442 is your classic J-Frame Smith & Wesson revolver, something generations of self-defense advocates have counted on. The 442 offers +P power and double-action-only simplicity. This is truly one of the original point-and-shoot tools. With a long history in the personal defense market, J-Frame revolvers have accessories and holsters available at every major firearms retailer. For those who like the simplicity of a revolver and seek one of the most trusted names in the industry, the S&W 442 is an outstanding option for personal defense. Springfield Armory EMP. The Springfield EMP is a pint-sized 1911 design that carries 9 rounds, and better than that, is shipped with 3 magazines. It is a heavy gun weighing in at 26 ounces, but that speaks to its robust construction. The Coca-Cola hardwood grips are a classy touch to an outstanding concealed carry piece. Your complete peace of mind starts here. Self-defense insurance for gun owners. You want safety and security for your family. You do anything to protect them. But did you know you're still vulnerable to criminal charges and financial ruin even if you did everything right? Your USCCA membership arms you with the education, training, and self-defense insurance you need to protect your family with confidence. Because, after all, doing the right thing shouldn't cost you everything. Your 3-step plan to becoming a confident and responsible gun owner today. Number 1. Get protected by joining the USCCA. Number 2, rest assured knowing we have your back. Number 3, sharpen your skills so you're fully prepared. Join USCCA today for complete peace of mind. www.getusccamembership.com or call our Wisconsin-based team at 877-677-1919. Chapter 10, USCCA Concealed Carry Holster Guide. The USCCA's brief guide to holster styles. A holster may appear to be nothing more than the platform in which you carry your concealed firearm, but your holster is every bit as important as the firearm you carry. Here are the most common types of holsters and a few facts about each that can help you narrow down the options when making your selection. You will be striking a compromise between comfort, concealment, access, and retention, and shopping for the right holster could take you longer than shopping for the right gun. This is not an exhaustive list, but rather a look at the most popular styles available. Inside the waistband, or IWB. One of the most popular styles of holster for concealed carry, the inside the waistband, IWB, allows a sidearm to be carried inside the waistband of the pants supported by the belt. They are usually affixed to the belt with clips, some of which allow you to tuck your shirt over the pistol. Other models are specifically designed to work with garments that do not accept belts. Hybrid holster. These holsters are the newcomers to the concealed carry market, combining modern materials like Kydex and neoprene with classic leather to create an IWB holster that more effectively spreads the weight of the gun and is more comfortable to many than a traditional IWB. Paddle holster. The main feature of these holsters is a large composite or leather paddle that rides inside the pants. Most any style of holster can be made as a paddle holster. The chief benefit to these holsters is that one need not remove their belt in order to remove the holster. The downside is that it is not as secure as other styles during a scuffle and could be ripped right off of the trousers if someone grabs the firearm. These are extremely popular with individuals who regularly wear jackets or other cover garments, and like several others on this list, are a standard of plainclothes police officers. Shoulder holster. Dating back over a century, shoulder holsters are ideal for carriers who spend a great deal of time riding, driving, or otherwise seated. Models are available that carry just a sidearm or that can carry a sidearm, extra magazines, and other EDC or everyday carry gear. Shoulder holsters require some sort of cover garment, and you must use extra care to keep your finger off the trigger during the draw stroke because of the wide arc you trace while bringing the pistol to the target. Ankle holster. Another classic from the world of law enforcement. Ankle holsters allow a carrier to discreetly carry a small handgun on the ankle covered by the leg of their pants. Drawing from an ankle holster can be slower because you must change your body position to gain access to the firearm. Ankle rigs are great for backup guns and for those who spend a lot of time seated, but they can be uncomfortable. Small of the back holsters. These holsters, commonly called SOB, allow carriers to stow the gun in the middle of the back of their belt, and models are also available that securely hold a holstered handgun without a belt. Though less comfortable while seated, they take advantage of a natural concealment point on the human body and make less of a visual imprint on the carrier's clothing. The downside of the SOB holster is the risk of serious back injury should the carrier fall or be knocked down on top of the gun. Pocket holsters. These deceptively simple holsters allow carriers to safely keep a pistol or revolver in a pants or jacket pocket. Not only is the trigger protected from accidental snags, the materials used in the construction of these holsters are specifically designed to ensure a fast, smooth draw from the pocket and to make sure that the holster itself stays in the pocket where it belongs. Belt slide holsters. This is a minimalist style of belt-mounted holster. Though belt slides offer minimal retention, they are extremely fast and easy to use. They are attached to a belt by simply running the belt through the slot or slots and cinching the belt until the holstered weapon is tight in against the body, and are most commonly used with a cover garment or for open or semi-concealed carry. Garment holsters. Garter-style shirt, belly band, etc. The sky's the limit here. Or, more accurately, human imagination is the limit with these unique designs. Belly bands, holsters that are integrated into broad straps that are worn around the waist or chest, are popular among those who prefer not to carry their gun in a belt-mounted platform. Women's undergarments are also custom-made to accommodate firearms and magazines, as well as flashlights, pepper spray, knives, and other EDC or everyday carry gear. Even shirts and pants themselves are manufactured to tight specifications with integrated holsters, making concealed carry more comfortable and convenient than ever. Off-body carry systems. Modified purses, tablet cases, briefcases, and other bags are common ways to carry a concealed firearm. Though they present their own challenges, they are an exceptional way to carry a concealed firearm and not just a handgun either. Multiple designs are available that can conceal folding carbines or pistol-grip shotguns as well as sidearms. Depending on your needs, they can fill a very important role. Vehicle platforms. Like garment holsters, there exist dozens of vehicle-mounted carry platforms that allow concealed carriers to safely and securely carry or store handguns inside a car, truck, van, ATV, or boat. Everything from mountable holsters that offer very fast draws and low levels of retention to full-on safes designed to be mounted directly to the steel of your vehicle can be had at a range of prices that allow anyone to rest easy knowing their sidearm is securely stowed when it's not on their belt. Yaki holsters. A specific type of slide holster, the Yaki covers little more than the trigger and action of a handgun and requires an almost vertical draw. These are especially popular in the Southwest among those who carry a custom or otherwise visually attractive gun that they want the world to see. With practice, the draw from this holster is very fast. But some avoid them, as more of the handgun is exposed to the elements and accidental scratching due to the relatively little physical coverage of the firearm itself. Pancake holsters. Popular for decades with plainclothes law enforcement officers, this is a belt holster that maintains as low profile as possible while securing a handgun to the belt. Though not as discreet as truly concealed styles, they offer quick access and great convenience at various draw angles, sometimes featuring multiple belt holes for maximum versatility. When carrying in a pancake holster, you will need some sort of cover garment, either a jacket or an untucked shirt, unless you intend to openly carry. Other styles. Concealed carriers have created high demand for holster designs that allow them to carry their firearm as discreetly as possible. And to this end, inventors have brought dozens of products to market that allow just that. There are various designs that hang the pistol securely inside the waistband of the carrier's pants, spring clips that install directly onto the frame of the firearm itself for belt or IWB carry, and the list grows daily. While not preferred by everyone, some of these less traditional options become fast favorites of thousands of responsibly armed Americans. Chapter 11. Situational Awareness While Dining Out. 8 Tips for Choosing the Best Seat in the House. Dining out is one of the many joys we as Americans are free to enjoy. Whether with our friends, our families, or alone for a quick bite, stopping in for a meal can be just as pleasant in a smoky barbecue joint as in a 5-star restaurant. That said, your responsibility to defend yourself and your loved ones never ends, and choosing the right seat in a restaurant will certainly improve your odds if things go sideways. When you think about it, regardless of size, a restaurant is a high-traffic business, often dealing with plenty of cash and a prime target for criminals. It's nothing new for a violent predator or predators to enter a restaurant, take it over through physical violence, and not only rob the till, but also rob, assault, and possibly murder the patrons. Restaurants, with their large groups of people in confined areas with limited exits, are also common targets for terrorist attacks and rapid mass murderers. These facts require that we, as responsibly armed Americans, be vigilant and never lose sight of our main goal, to do everything we can to keep our families and ourselves safe. When dining, there are several key pointers that simply must be observed. Number 1, know your exits. Immediately upon entering the restaurant, begin making mental notes of the exits. Criminals will most often enter through the front door and might block the egress route. Look for other avenues of escape. Continue looking as you are led to your seat. While most people don't appreciate being seated near the kitchen door, remember that door will provide a means of escape if you need it. Knowing your exits is a theme that should be woven through your seat selection process. Number 2, avoid the booth. Sometimes where you sit in a restaurant will be dictated by circumstance, but often you will have some say in the matter. Right off the top, if the host or server asks whether you would prefer a booth or a table, always answer table. Booths, while nostalgic and luxurious, so thoroughly limit your mobility as to dictate what you will and will not be able to do in the event of an emergency. First things first, stay out of booths. Everything is more difficult from a booth. Simply going from sitting to standing is far more difficult from a booth than from a chair at a table, and that's when you're sitting on one of the ends. If you're trapped sitting on the inside of a booth, your ability to move is limited to an even greater extent. Sitting in a booth also greatly impedes your ability to draw your firearm. If you carry in the most common manner, strong side hip, inside the waistband, the booth that looked so appealing when you walked in the door might well be pinning that firearm to your body. Even a draw from pocket carry is more difficult from a booth than when seated in a chair. With the exception of cross draw from a shoulder holster, any means of accessing your firearm will be more difficult while you are inside a booth. On top of that, after you do have a gun in your hand, you're pretty much planted right where you are. So again, choose a table whenever possible. Number 3, location, location, location. While sitting in the chair you were able to select, many more possibilities open up when it comes to drawing, moving, and engaging a threat. Since sitting in a chair at a table will give you more room, you'll be able to draw that sidearm almost as easily as if you were standing. That chair you're sitting in will kick right out from under you if need be, and you'll be able to make the movements necessary to get to cover, concealment, or a position of tactical advantage if you are required to engage the deadly threat. Choose the seat at the table that affords you the widest possible view of the restaurant. At the bare minimum, you should do your best to see the entrance and, if possible, the cashier's station. Being able to see those exits or routes to those exits that you noticed on your way to your seat is a bonus. Number 4, review your exit strategy. When the waiter gets you settled and asks if you'd like anything to drink other than water, that's the time to continue mapping out your exits. Plenty of you probably remember the public service announcements in movie theaters explaining exactly where all exits are located. And one of the most important angles of tactical movement is read to you every time your airplane is preparing for takeoff. Remember, the nearest exit may be behind you. As you process your surroundings, take note of not only the entrance, but also any other marked exits. It is human nature to leave a room through the door in which we entered, so in the event of a fire or violent attack, expect most of the patrons to try to leave by that main door, potentially causing a major choke point. Other reasons to always be scanning for alternate exits are just as important. For all you know, fire or an attacker might block the main entry or exit point. There might be a dangerous situation developing between you and the main exit. There might be any number of limiting factors that would make attempting to use the main entry/exit point the most dangerous course of action you could take. So always be mentally cataloging all of the ways you could get out of wherever you are. Number 5, consider alternate egress. Always remember that there's the polite way to enter and leave a room, and then there are all of the other possible ways to enter and leave a room. If there's a catastrophe afoot and you're looking to get out of a building that's just become a crime scene or the fire marshal's next investigation, look at the windows. Firefighters tell horror stories of individuals perishing in structure fires without even thinking to break a window and jump to relative safety, and the same can be said of rapid violent attacks. Wherever you're sitting in the restaurant, take note of all windows and know that you might need an implement to smash one open. Number 6, take every advantage. Remember to use all of the tools at your disposal to assist in your situational awareness. Those large mirrors that were once a symbol of opulence in taverns of the Old West are now pretty standard pub and restaurant decor. As great as they are for decoration, they're just as handy for seeing what's going on around you. Use them. A giant mirror over a bar or covering part of a wall gives you the ability to observe other parts of the restaurant without moving your head. And this is something you're going to want to practice doing now so that if you're ever forced to do so, it won't be your trial run. Any polished, reflective surface can be used to assist your observations. If an attacker does enter the building and he tells you not to move, that mirror might be your best chance to keep an eye on him as he commits his crimes and might give you the opportunity to escape or engage when the opportunity presents itself. Don't forget about interior windows or other architectural elements either. They can provide cover or concealment and afford you the chance to move without being seen. There are myriad options when you're in a building that is anything more than an open space with a clear span interior. Number 7, be ready to move. Let's face it, restaurants can be crowded. Heck, we want to go to crowded restaurants because that means the food is worth the wait. This does, however, present unique challenges in the areas of self-defense and attack survival. If a rapid mass murderer enters the restaurant you're in and begins an attack, you won't be the only one looking to make an exit. While you're seated, take note of not only the physical exits, but also the routes to those exits. Are there certain routes that are the most obvious and will therefore be the most crowded during a crisis? Are there alternate paths to those exits that are less obvious and will therefore be far less crowded when everyone's looking to get out? Do what you can to stay away from routes closest to bars and wait stations. The physical bar in an establishment will be an unmoving mountain of furniture, and during a stampede situation, there will be a high risk of getting pushed into it and injured. Wait stations will be similarly beefy and, like the bar, will quickly be littered with broken glass, so it's best to avoid them. Chairs and regular restaurant tables usually move if you run into them. Booths and bars usually don't. Whenever possible, take stock of the kinds of chairs and tables around you, as some move and some are fixed to the floor. All of this is important to know if you're forced to respond to a crisis. Number 8, identify cover. Concealment hides you. Cover stops bullets. Wherever you are, it's always a good idea to be constantly assessing what around you would have the best chances of stopping a bullet, be it a tiled concrete pillar in a chain restaurant or the dumpster in the parking lot behind it. But be advised, most anything you'll come across in a restaurant will be concealment and concealment only. Even cinder block walls, when struck repeatedly with rifle or even pistol bullets, can begin to break and give way. That said, when bullets are flying, even concealment is better than nothing. And if you can run behind something to get out of the immediate area of danger without an attacker seeing you, do so. Remember, though, basically nothing in a restaurant will stop bullets. Forget everything you've seen in the movies about hunkering down behind a little line of flower pots and riding out gunfire. The most reliable bullet stoppers in this country are poured concrete and sandbags, and unless you're in an oddly themed diner, you're not likely to see much more than wood and drywall, both of which offer concealment, not cover. Stay safe. No one can watch everything all the time. You can, however, start the mental processes of monitoring everything we've covered here. Processing the world through the eyes of a responsibly armed American is a lifelong endeavor, and, like all other areas of preparedness, it's imperative that you begin to prepare now rather than after the emergency is underway. With a little effort and a lot of practice, the techniques listed here will become second nature, and you, your friends, and your loved ones will all be safer for it. Stay alert, stay focused, and stay safe.